Welcome to the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting for June the 3rd, 2024, and I certainly hope everyone's doing well this morning. It is customary for us to begin our meetings with a prayer by sitting commissioner and then the pledge of allegiance to the flag. During the time of our prayer, you're welcome to stand and join us in that prayer. You're welcome to use it for your own prayer as you see fit, or a moment of silence, whatever you may have on your heart this morning. This morning, I'm going to call on Commissioner Dan Cone to do the invocation, and then Commissioner Wayne Outlaw for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and join us if you so desire. Mr. Cone?
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for another beautiful day. Lord, we just thank you for all the blessings of life that you give to us each and every day. Lord, forgive us when we sin against you and when we take it so much for granted, the things that we have that you have provided for us. Lord, we just pray today as we go into this meeting that everything we do and say here will be for the betterment of your kingdom and the betterment of Nash County and the citizens of Nash County. Lord, just help us to remember that we have got to do what's best for all the citizens. Lord, we just pray that you would bless this meeting. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
You join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're now on item number 4 on our agenda, and it is approval of the minutes for the previous month. We did have a busy month in May, as we always do. We had a meeting on May the 1st, which was a recess meeting. It was with the 2 local school entities, Nash Community College as well as Nash County Public Schools. We had our regular meeting on May the 6th. We had our regular meeting on May the 20th, and then we had a recess budget work session meeting on May the 28th, and then we recessed that until May the 30th, which was a legislative dinner that we had with our local representatives, which we do each year to deliver them what we see that we need help in Nash County with, and I'm very pleased to say that all of our representatives were present at that meeting. With that said, I would entertain a motion to change any of the minutes, add to, or a motion to approve them as written.
Move for approval.
I have a motion to approve as written by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Mr. Arrington and Mr. Bellfield simultaneously. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Minutes stand approved. And we thank those 2 ladies, or 1 lady, ever how it works, for doing such a great job. Thank you. We are now on item number 5, which is public comment. And public comment is an item that's on the first meeting of every month of this Board of Commissioners. And it is a time in which any citizen can come to the Board of Commissioners and state anything you may have on your mind. We do ask if it's a public hearing or anything else that is an agenda item to wait till that item comes up. But we have a sign-up period before the meeting out front. I will call on those that signed up first, but if you happen to miss the fact that you were supposed to sign up and came with an item that's not on the agenda, the board is always very agreeable to hear from our citizens, and we would take you at that time. I did have 1 sign up this morning, which is a Christopher Williams, and it is a water issue as stated on the agenda, and I would ask Mr. Williams to come forward at this time and state his name and address for the record. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You have a common name with many people in our county, which you probably already know.
Yes, sir. My name is Chris Williams. I live at 4935 Drake Road. We have a water issue. Have a petition that was signed by 12 of the 17 that live on Drake Road in regards about the water issue that we have. It has affected a lot of families, and the ones who signed read the printout that we had. Having plumbing issues, low water pressure, no water discoloration, and I think you all is getting a picture of 1 resident at 4851 Drake Road. That's currently now what she's dealing with right now at her home. There are residents who've been there over 20-plus years. I only been there 5 myself, and I'm dealing with the issues. Not as bad, because I do have a water system, and the water system, I just have to keep my filters changed, but I have so much sediments, we don't drink the water at all. And then we have veterans, elderly, such, I'm a veteran myself, single families, pregnant women, young children, more, who have felt this wrath of the water issues. I talked to a gentleman from the city of Rocky Mount named Mr. Scott Myers from engineering, and I was telling him about the issues. So he told me, first of all, I had to get a petition signed, and then he was asked about whether or not they had water main that came down 4 to 8. I said, yeah, you have one at corner 4 to 8 and Drake Road. So that's the problem. He said, so once we get the petition signed, he just had to find out what size water main to extend down into Drake Road. And I'm sure that it's not gonna be the only issue, such as myself, because we was told that it's been approved for more homes to be built down there. They're gonna turn into a subdivision. So we just trying to see if there's any grants that perhaps we can apply for to offset the cost to try to get this water issue resolved. Thank you so much.
Let me ask you about 2 questions if I could.
Yes, sir.
So you're on a private well, apparently.
Yes,
Is most of the people with this issue on a private well?
yes.
Is there not some kind of a community water system in Drake, or do I remember that wrong?
We'll make sure I understand. So repeat that.
I thought at one time there was a community system up there in Drake that several people or numerous people were tied on to.
No.
So everybody is on the individual.
Yes.
Okay.
Some wells, some is deeper than others.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
That was the Drake Community Water System, and it was condemned, and then they hooked on to the city of Rocky Mount, but did not include all of it, was just that community.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Belfield.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, you've been heard loud and clear, and somebody with the staff will get back with you
Okay.
about the grant situation, and of course, we can certainly work with the city of Rocky Mount and see jointly what we could do for you on that item.
Thank you so much.
for
Thank you
being
for
here
your
this
time.
morning. Yes, sir. Mr. Boone, will you take the lead on that and see what we can do to help them? All right, is there anyone else here this morning, that's the only sign-up I had, that wishes to speak under public comment? If you come forward at this time and state your name and address for the record, and your item is not on the agenda later, I guess.
No, sir.
Okay, great, good morning.
Thank you. I'm Amy Pearson at 6127 Strickland Road, Bailey. I live in the Mount Pleasant community. So good morning, commissioners, and thank you for your time this morning and for your service, and may God bless you for all of that. As a citizen, taxpayer, and business owner, I understand the struggle that you're having with employees, especially in our public safety section of what you are responsible for. And I come this morning to maybe ask for an advisory committee so that maybe some other things could be looked at. Because when I looked at as much as I could find on how the new budget, what your proposals are for this year, I don't feel like that we are covering what needs to be covered in our EMS and in our sheriff's department and in our communications for public safety. I know that Mount Pleasant, Westmount, like this weekend, they weren't covered properly. I know that you have struggles with that because you have employee struggles. I
Amy,
understand.
I'm going to let you finish up, but actually that is a public hearing on the budget that's coming up in a few minutes. Is all of your comments on budgetary items?
It is. If there's going to be public comments at that time, I'll be glad to do it then.
It will be.
Okay.
It is a public hearing on the budget itself. I think that'd be more
I'm
appropriate
sorry.
if I'm not bothering you.
Okay,
doing
you're not bothering me. No,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
No, sir.
Let's do it in proper order, just so
We
we
sure
can
can.
keep.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to speak on an item that's not on the agenda? All All right, thank you, those that did speak, and Amy, we'll be back to you actually on item number 6, the very next one, which is a public hearing on the 2024-25 budget, and I'll call on our manager at this time to make that request.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I will provide a brief summary of the recommended budget prior to the public hearing. So just as a reminder, the budget is focused on 5 budget priorities. They are strengthen public safety, to allow Nash County to be competitive in attracting and retaining skilled professional employees, pay for all employees that provides a livable wage and supports strong, healthy families, capital improvements that ensure safety and maintenance of our facilities and valuable digital property, support for child welfare, for the health and protection of our most vulnerable citizens, and economic development growth, development, and strengthening of existing assets. First, we'll discuss revenues. The overall fiscal year 25 proposed budget, which includes the general fund, enterprise funds, special revenue funds, and internal services funds, is $142,973,213 compared to the current fiscal year 24 overall approved budget of $134,587,602. The general fund budget proposed is $469,132, which is $7,690,832, or 6.5% greater than the current original budget for fiscal year 24. The estimated valuation, the total estimated valuation for fiscal year 25 is $10,994 million. At 100% collection, each penny of the tax rate assessed will produce $1,099,400. The total estimated tax base increase from the 2023 tax year is 28.9%. This year, the revaluation process, Nash County is required to publish the revenue neutral rate. Revenue neutral is a budget term, meaning revenue brought in by property taxes in a revaluation year would be approximately the same as if the revaluation had not taken place after an adjustment for annual growth. Nash County's current tax rate is 67 cents per 100 valuation. The revenue neutral rate is 57.5 cents, and the recommended tax rate is 63 cents. The estimated tax base at the proposed rate of 63 cents per 100 valuation, using a conservative collection rate of 97.5%. The fiscal year 2025 general fund budget anticipates a collection of $68,030,645. The fiscal year 25 budget proposes the use of $1.9 million, or 1.5% of the general fund budget as a balancing factor. Nash County budgets an amount that we believe can be offset by a combination of greater than expected revenues and expenditures less than appropriated. The budget also contains some fee increases for the general fund budget for environmental health. And here is a pie chart showing the revenues for FY25 in the total of $125,469,132. Next, we'll visit expenditures. Here are some highlights on the expenditure side. The recommended budget includes a 5% cost of living adjustment for full-time employees and permanent part-time positions. It includes 2 new positions, a facility safety specialist and the director of public facilities and utilities. There are increases in the local government retirement system that are required to accommodate the state's retirement rate increase. There's approximately $2.4 million to fund the public safety salary study.
An increase in our Department of Social Services, and particularly child welfare, at almost 10%. An 8% increase for Nash Community College's budget. $2 million in restricted sales tax as a match for our $40 million needs-based grant for the new elementary school in southern Nash County, and $2.8 million in our Economic Development Fund, meeting our goal, beginning the year with just over $2 million available, and capital funding at $2,160,800. Here we have our expenditures by function. For public safety, $37,859,106. Human services, $31,624,575. Education at $27,963,271. General government at $12,724,826. Debt service and transfers at $7,448,801. Economic and fiscal development at $3,031,988. Cultural and recreational at $2,655,765, and capital at $2,160,800. And here's the pie chart for expenditures by function. And then we have other funds. In addition to the general fund, the county administers several funds supported by fees and other restricted revenue sources with no property tax contribution. For the solid waste fund, there are tipping fee increases for our construction and demolition, landfill, and yard waste. For the water and sewer funds, we have increases in rates, which are directly related to increases from the city of Rocky Mount. For our fire districts, we provided them with their revenue-neutral tax rates. The following two districts requested a rate other than revenue-neutral. Silver Lake, going from 11.45 cents to 10.89 cents, and Whitaker's going from 8.5 cents to 10 cents. In conclusion, this budget is balanced based on a 63-cent tax rate and focuses on public safety, staffing pay, capital improvements, child welfare, and economic development. Again, I would like to extend my gratitude to my staff who have put many hours of calculations, analysis, thoughtful discussion, and decision-making to help me present a 2025 balanced budget for your consideration. I'll be glad to take any questions from the board before we have a public hearing.
Any commissioner have any questions of the manager at this time? You know we have our public hearing, we'll actually be voting on the budget at the next meeting this month. The only thing I see, Madam Manager, is under fire district. I think the last statement is in error, where you say, where somebody said the following two districts request a rate other than revenue neutral. I think they requested a rate other than what they currently have. That none of the fire departments requested a revenue neutral rate, if I'm reading this correctly.
All of the fire departments are going to be at their revenue neutral rate, other than these two. No?
No.
Silver Lake is requesting the revenue neutral rate, and the other one will stay at their current rate, and then the other one is requesting a rate increase from the current.
Correct. You can
I'm good.
work on that, but I don't think that's actually stated quite correctly.
Okay.
And you say Silver Lake, but, so that is their revenue neutral rate,
Yeah.
the 10.89, okay.
And the rest of them stayed at the rate they are.
That's correct.
Now,
Right.
currently.
Yes. Anything else, Mr. Commissioner? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
At this time, I would entertain a motion to go into public hearing to hear from any citizens that may be here this morning. And of course, we've had the budget posted for quite some time, since June the 1st, actually, I think, since probably been about 2 weeks, somewhere along there. But if there's anyone here this morning when we open the public hearing, we'd certainly like to hear from you. And Amy, I'm going to ask you to come forward when I open the public hearing, since I was rudely interrupted you. And I hope you just start back over, because if you're like me, you get off track, you mess up. But I'd entertain a motion at this time to go into public hearing.
So moved.
I think about half of them, I'll call on the motion to be made by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, and as I said, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing at this time, and Amy, if you would come forward, and we'd be glad to hear from you, ma'am.
Again, good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for your service. May God bless you for each and every hour that you've put into it. As a citizen and taxpayer and business owner, I understand the struggles of retaining and finding employees. All things changed during COVID. We all know that. We have seen the change, but we have to change with it. We have to pivot. And as an employer of many people, I have had to do the very same thing. I struggle to find people in our trade that there's not a pool of those people like there used to be, let's just put it like that. What I've had to do is I've had to increase rates to keep the people that I do have. And I realize that you increased rates sometimes back, that with the best that I understand from EMS personnel that I know, the best I can understand is you went from a 12 to a 24 schedule, and there was a rate increase. But what happened that you may not know is that from talking with them, I understand that they were getting overtime. And the way that the overtime works after changing the schedule, then the amount that they're actually taking home is not as good as what it used to be. And so with those things, with that being said, there are many things that have to be looked at when you are hiring employees and when you're retaining employees. I know that there's going to be an increase according to what you're proposing in the budget, that they will receive an increase. But the way that I see it, the study was only done comparing to counties. And that's not who you're competing with. You're competing with private sectors that need them, and you're competing with other towns right here in our county that pay more money than what you're proposing at this time. And so I am asking that you reconsider what you are looking at for that, and that you make some changes so that we can have public safety that is deserved to all citizens in the town, in the county. When I cannot say enough about how well the public safety people that I have encountered, the people you have in Nash County are great. We need to retain them after you've trained them and we've spent money on them. You do not need to allow them to go to other places because we're not paying them enough. Another thing is that they have to feel valued. And when I look through the request, if I understood it correctly, and I may not, but if I understood it correctly, when I was looking at a column that had like the departments that were requesting things, and then when I saw the yellow column that showed that what they were actually going to be awarded, it doesn't look like they're very valued, because they asked for things. I even saw like computers that needed to be upgraded to Windows 11. I know a lot about that, and I know that if their computers are not with the new software, they get so slow that molasses sometimes can go faster than what they do if you don't have the right software. I just looked at a lot of things that I was like, they can't feel valued when they're not receiving what they're asking for in their departments. So that's another thing that I wish that you would also look at. And so when I thought about that, I'm on the Economic Advisory Committee, and Andy and Susan are doing, and their group are doing an absolute wonderful job of getting our county out there. And I'm so proud of our county. But we've got to support those people coming in. We've got to support that with more employees to cover what we have and to include what is to come. So I thank you for your time, and I hope you reconsider the budget for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Anyone else wish to speak on the proposed budget for the upcoming year? Mr. Howell, if you'll state your name and address for the record, please, sir, be glad to hear from you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Freddie Howell here, 4371 Massey Road. Appreciate what you're doing here. I know this budget's a lot to go over. It's a big county, and y'all have a lot on your plate. And I just really had a couple questions, more so than comments. When we put this information out there, example, when you do the expenditures, how come we list expenditures out? We do percentage increase, we do dollar values, and then we do increase over 24. Why wouldn't we be consistent in how we advertise that?
Would you state the question one more time? Make sure I understand it.
So when you advertise your expenditures,
Yes, sir.
you're putting increase over 24, you're putting percentage, and then you're putting percentage of increase over 24. To get a better understanding, why wouldn't we be consistent?
Out of manager.
Either at all increase by percentages, or all increase over last year, or all dollar values. It's kind of hard to understand.
Would you care to comment on that, or would you like to get back with him after you studied the question a little bit? Your choice.
I'll be glad to get back with him.
Okay, all right. Go ahead with other comments, but staff will get back with you on that. If I try to answer, I'm going to mess it all up, so.
And then-
I'm gonna make an attempt of it.
For future tense, if we could, was there any way to put the posted budget that's more accessible to the public? I've had several citizens in the community wanting to review it, and they can't seem to find it out there. And now I understand that it's supposed to be posted in the office for review, but that's kind of inconvenient for the citizens to have to drive all the way to Nash County to go to someone's office, not to mention take away from their time. They're busy trying to prepare for this.
Sure. It is available here, and I'm certain it's available on our webpage.
It is. There's a huge banner on our
Right.
homepage.
Just
that
if we could move it, maybe when it's the time to do the budget, maybe move it towards the front on the homepage to make it easier accessible for people that's maybe not quite as computer literate. It can make it accessible for them to review. Some of these people are elderly, and computer is not their primary source as far as what they do, so they've got a lot of questions on that, and just sharing that information with you, if we could honor their
I
request, I'm
understand
sure they
your
appreciate it.
comment probably better than you think I do, so I appreciate your comment.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for your time.
Others wish to speak on the proposed budget? Seeing no movement, I'd entertain a motion at this time to close the public hearing on the new budget.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second to that?
Yeah.
Mr. Belfield? Mr. Belfield, second. Any questions on that motion? Seeing the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? The public hearing for the proposed 24-25 budget is now closed. If you have other thoughts in the public or anyone viewing us this morning, I'm sure the staff will be glad to hear from you, and they would certainly consider it in bringing the budget that we're actually going to vote on, which would be on 3 plus 14, be the 17th, I guess, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
and that would be at a 1:30 meeting.
1:30, yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, we appreciate the comments on the budget. There has been a lot of work going into it. 90% of the work, of course, is by staff, and as the manager said, we certainly wish to thank everyone that has worked on the budget. It would be many, many people, including all department heads. But with that said, I'm going to move on to item number 7, which is a public hearing on conditional rezoning, CZ 240301. It is the Stallings Road subdivision, and I have a procedure note here highlighted on my agenda that says the Board of Commissioners previously considered conditional rezoning request CZ 240301 for the Stallings Road subdivision at its April 1st, 24 meeting. regular meeting and voted at that time to table this item until June the 3rd, which was a time specific at our regular meeting. That's what we're here for this morning, in order to allow further discussion between the developer and the adjacent property owner regarding a proposed land swap that could potentially impact the subdivision design. With that said, I'll turn it over to our planning director, Adam Tyson.
Thank you. To follow up on the chairman's comments, it is my understanding that the land swap option that was previously discussed did not move forward. And so what we have before the board this morning is essentially the same proposal that was previously reviewed back on April the 1st. I do want to refresh the board's memory. The subject property is displayed in red on the aerial photo and the zoning map on your screens. This is a 53.76 acre tract of land owned by W.T. Brantley Jr. and Betty Brantley. As you can see, it's on both the north and south sides of Stallings Road, and it extends down to the north side of Lake Royale Road. It is in the A1 agricultural zoning district, as denoted by the green color on the zoning map on the right. And this is between the Nash-Franklin County line to the west and the town of Spring Hope to the east. The applicant, the prospective developer, Little Bear Creek Properties LLC, has submitted this rezoning request to rezone the property from A1 to RA30CZ. That is a single-family residential conditional zone, and that would be specifically for the development of the Stallings Road subdivision. To review, approving the rezoning would have 3 substantial impacts on the subject property. Obviously, first, it would reduce the current minimum lot size requirement from 40,000 square feet down to 30,000 square feet, slightly increasing the potential residential density. Because this property is currently zoned A1, there are more than 60 different land uses that are currently permitted for development under some circumstances in this rural zone that would no longer be permitted for development under the proposed RA30 district. Those include, but are not limited to, single-wide and double-wide manufactured homes, manufactured home parks, duplexes, event and conference venues, private campgrounds, outdoor shooting ranges, kennels, demolition debris landfills, solar farms, solid waste collection disposal facilities, mining, explosives manufacturing, and sawmills. Finally, the subject property, because this is a conditional rezoning, could only be developed in accordance with the proposed subdivision sketch plan, which we're about to review. And there is the opportunity to add other site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. The proposed subdivision sketch plan that you see before you serves as the required site plan for this request. It shows 56 new residential lots, 1 open space lot for stormwater management, and 3 new public road rights-of-way. 52 of these lots would be accessed from the proposed new interior roads, and there are 4 lots in this area that would be accessed directly from Stallings Road. The sketch plan also proposes a stub road connection to the adjacent undeveloped parcel to the west of the subject property, which is located between Stallings Road and Lake Royale Road. And that stub road is here, connecting to the adjacent property to the west. And the only change made to this sketch plan since it was previously reviewed by the board is the addition of a second stub road connection to the adjacent property to the north. This was a stub road connection that was recommended by both the Technical Review Committee and the Planning Board, but there was a question about the existence of a riparian stream buffer. The developer has determined that the riparian stream buffer is not present, and they have revised the design to provide the stub road that was requested by the TRC and the Planning Board. If the rezoning is approved, all of these lots must either meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area and the 100-foot minimum lot width dimensional requirements. The subject property does not have access to public water or sewer utility service, so each proposed lot would be served by an on-site well and septic system. For each rezoning, we're required to examine it for consistency with our comprehensive land use plan. The excerpt from the future land use map from the land use plan is on the screen, and you can show that it primarily designates the subject property as a residential agricultural area. That is denoted by the green color. In this area, the plan recommends a minimum allowable residential lot size of 30,000 square feet, which is consistent with this proposed RA 30 CZ zoning district. The plan also recommends that when rezoning for greater residential density, which we would be doing here, that we should limit that to RA districts only, which prohibit the development of manufactured homes. And this is an RA 30 CZ zoning district. The request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest, because if we return to the zoning map, it would not be unreasonable spot zoning, because the subject property being in the A1 zoning district already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use, similar to the adjacent and surrounding properties. And approving this request would permit slightly smaller minimum lot areas and slightly increased residential density. But as we discussed, this new zoning district is much more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on February 29th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered conditional rezoning request CZ 240301 on March 18th, and also with a split vote of 8-1, ultimately recommended approval of the request. This request has not returned to the Planning Board since the Board of Commissioners consideration, because there's been no substantial change in the proposed design other than the addition of the previously requested stub road. In your agenda packet, you have suggested motions and consistency and reasonableness statements for both approval of the zoning map amendment and denial. On page 10 of your staff report, I do want to call your attention to the development conditions. There are 7 listed conditions. 6 of those are very standard for residential conditional rezonings. But I do want to point out condition number 4, which was added at the planning board meeting. The developer shall provide screening consisting of either a combination of an earthen berm with planted vegetation of a species and spacing intended to reach a minimum height of 6 feet within 3 years of planting, or sufficient preserved existing vegetation on the subject property along the immediately adjacent properties currently owned by Autry R. and Janet C. Bissett, as depicted on the approved sketch plan. And so that would be for the majority of the perimeter of the property. The developer has agreed to provide that screening. With that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has on the staff report before we proceed with a public hearing.
Any questions of Mr. Tyson on this item?
On the north side back there, Adam, where the pond is, some of that I understand is trees already. I wouldn't consider that a buffer, because if you got 60-foot pine trees, all you see is trunks. It don't change the view a bit from what it is now.
Right. So preserving existing vegetation is an option, but if that existing vegetation doesn't create a visual screen at eye level, then it would have to be supplemented with additional plantings. So we would have to evaluate each side of the property that they were planning to use existing vegetation to satisfy that screening requirement. And there could very well be trees there, but the developer would still need to add additional screening to meet the requirement.
Okay. And another question I have, has the developer talked to Mr. Bissett? I don't think so, since we tabled this thing, about a land swap that would make this thing all more in a subdivision type instead of being spread across 2 roads. Have they talked at all?
It's my understanding that they discussed that prior to the last public hearing, but I don't have any new information regarding any further discussions after that point.
Mr. Bissett says, no, they hadn't talked at
Okay.
all. I don't see why come they couldn't at least just talk to him, you know.
Other comments from commissioners before you through, Mr. Collins? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter at this time.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to go into public hearing, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion passes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing at this time on this rezoning request. If there's anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this item, we'd ask for you to come forward at this time, state your name and address for the record, and the Board of Commissioners would be glad to hear from you. Anyone wish to speak? Good morning, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, representing the developer of this project. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Right, this is the engineer for the developer. Any questions from a commissioner of this engineer at this time? Thank you,
So
sir.
negotiations about a land swap, was that something that was totally off the table with the developer?
It was my understanding that they have spoken, but I was not part of those meetings and cannot tell you for sure whether that happened. But it was my understanding between the developer and the owner that there were some conversations.
Other questions? Go ahead, Dan, I'm sorry.
Not since the last week, so I've
And again, I can't tell you whether they did or did not.
Other questions?
I've got a quick question about the design. Looking at the neighborhood layout, it looks like the mail kiosks are right directly in front of two lots, like in the middle of a lot. I just wondered, is that standard, or are mail kiosks typically placed adjacent to a lot, so someone would not look out their front door and see everyone checking their mail?
Yeah, so ultimately, the way they're set up now, there's a pull-off off the street. It's still in the right-of-way. The one we show is actually in a fairly large lot, and I can't read the lot number on my little sheet, but obviously, it would be to the side of that lot and not as the same width as the other ones. But we're really required to kind of have that along the right-of-way and set up for a cluster mail kiosk. So some of these, we try to work on the side of the lot, and so it's not right at your front. But in this case, it was close to the entrance, but yet on a lot that was extremely large as far as frontage goes.
Okay.
Other questions? Kevin, a general question. I see these on all of our plans, but when I go back later in the field, I don't see where they're generally used and people have individual mailboxes. What goes there?
So ultimately, the current regulation is the U.S. Postal Service says all new subdivisions are supposed to have a mail kiosk. So everyone comes together and goes to one central location. However, it's up to the postmaster to make that determination. So ultimately, if we get done with the design, if the postmaster determines that they're fine with serving individual lots, then obviously you can come back and put up individual mailboxes. It's really, we show it on the map because we're required to, but ultimately the federal government postal service gets to determine what they want to do, and it's really out of any of our controls.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. Next person wishes to speak for or against this item? You'll come forward and state your name and address for the record. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Great.
My name is David Geiger. I live at 117 Woodcroft Drive in Anger. I'm obviously with the Land Development Company, Little Bear Creek Properties. We do appreciate you guys very much for considering our rezoning request. I did want to very quickly address as well your question of speaking. We did end up meeting with Mr. Autry Bissett before the last commissioners meeting. When we ended up meeting, it was pretty clear as we were talking, at least to us in our minds, that after a proposal and a few counter proposals that were thrown out there, that we had some different visions of what we thought a deal might look like. There was, at the very end of the conversation, we threw out kind of a last-ditch thought of a different piece of property for a land swap. Mr. Autry-Bissett ended up saying, hey, I hadn't considered that. We looked into it a very little bit with our soil scientist who recommended to not pursue that particular one. Certainly, we could have reached back out to Mr. Autry-Bissett after that particular one, but the main land swap that he was recommending to us was something that, from the very initial conversation, was not a deal that we could come to an agreement on. That's the very short version of it. It was just we had different visions of what a land swap deal might look like. So anyway, if there's any additional details that we can go into, I'd be happy to provide that, but for the moment, I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Any questions of this developer representative? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item, for or against? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Got one more.
Motion by Commissioner Ayrton is...
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. Excuse me, sir.
My name is also David Geiger. I go by Bear, Little Bear Creek Properties. That was my son who spoke, and I am very proud of him. Thank you guys very much for the time to speak. I wanted to...
Give your name and address. You got your name.
I did not say my address.
Yes,
Yes, I live in, it's 755 Ranch Road in Clayton.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that we just present, I want to let you know who we are, really, because I think it's fair. We're coming into this community in Spring Hope. We've been working in Nash County for a while. We've been a development in southern part of Nash County near Middlesex. And we, first of all, just tell you that we are a small family-owned business. We're not some corporate out-of-state developer. We have less than 5 full-time employees. We work with builders who build, we have about a half a dozen builders who also are husband and wife teams or small family-owned businesses, and I think every one of them have less than 5 full-time employees. They hire local contractors who make money and spend money in the communities where they're working. They buy food at the local restaurants, and they buy parts and things at the local hardware stores. We sell property, they sell property to people from who, sometimes out of the area, who come here and bring their money with them and spend it in the community. Because of that activity, there are over $30 million now of taxable real estate in southern Nash County that you guys get the revenue for. I saw you your budget, and it's growing, which we're happy to help you guys with that. We're putting, not me directly, but my builders who are selling homes are putting additional real estate on the table to be taxed by the county. So there's a plus to the county, there's a plus to the neighborhood. People are coming there spending their money, and I think all around it's a plus. So I just wanted to take a moment to tell you from my heart kind of who we are, and we look at working with the community where we come in. We've had a few cases where a local farmer needed to refill one of his watering holes, and he asked us, can I run a line across your development property over to a stream and pull the water? We said, absolutely. We've had neighbors who we impacted, and we built a berm. We didn't need the county to tell us to do that. We just did it because it was the right thing. We put a berm in for them to help isolate us because they didn't sign up for homes being in their backyard. But we understand. We have a family cemetery on one of the properties that we're developing, and the access that our engineers planned was going to cut off the family's access to the cemetery. And we said, no, we're not going to do that. We actually gave land to the family to make sure they had access to the cemetery. So it's uncomfortable for me to stand here and tell you these things because we're not braggy people, but I just want you to know that we don't come in heavy-handed and try to just push our way around or to disturb the community. We want to come in and be partners in the community. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I have a comment, a question. You know, if you do all this stuff claiming to be good neighbors, 2 months ago when we tabled this thing, we asked y'all to talk to Mr. Bissett, see if you could negotiate some kind of trade so it kind of puts it all on the other side of the road. Well, to me, being a good neighbor, you would have at least talked to him since that meeting, come to some kind of yes or no agreement. But he's had no contact since that meeting. And I think your son stated that. So, you know, all you just said don't mean a lot to me.
Well, I'm
because
sorry to hear that,
you could
Mr.
at
Dillon.
least talk to it.
I'll tell you that I will own the fact, because it's my company, I own the fact that we didn't close the loop with Mr. Bissett. We should have done that. We should have gone
You
back
should
and
have done it.
explained why it wouldn't work out. But we did have we showed up, okay? There's a lot of developers who wouldn't.
When we tabled this, you showed up?
I'm saying,
and talked to him?
we showed up to have a conversation. I think a lot of businesses who would have said, we own the property, what do we want to do? It's legal, but we didn't take that attitude. We wanted to make sure that we were meeting him on site. We spoke to him and his neighbor. We had a great conversation. In the end, it just wasn't a deal that we could do. He wanted something we couldn't do. We are doing our best to be good neighbors, but we are, after all, a business, and there are certain things that we can't do because it's not responsible. And so we were not able to come to a deal that worked for all parties, and that's just how, it's unfortunate, but we did our best. Other questions?
Other comments from commissioners? Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this rezoning matter? I entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Any other questions from the board of staff on this item? If not, I would entertain a motion on this item for approval or denial.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we deny this request because I just don't think there's been an honest effort made to try to negotiate this thing, especially since no contact from 2 months ago when we asked them to.
I have a motion on the floor to deny the request. Mr. Tyson, is there other things that need to go with that motion? Probably, if you could lead the board in that item. He gave a reason. Is it anything else need to be said?
Right, so if we turn to page 11, we have a motion to deny would be to adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below. And under item number 2, it would be, what I'm hearing from the Commissioner Cone is that it would be unreasonable and not in the public interest because of the current subdivision design, and then the additional language about the making an effort to work with the adjacent property owner.
That suits
That's
your paper
fine.
motion. Or is there a second to the motion as described by Commissioner Combs and Adam Tyson?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion?
Question.
Question, Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Tyson, all the conditions that the developer within our plan, land plan, use plan, everything's been met, and this is not an unreasonable request. And, well, I'm not in favor of this motion, not it's being denied, because the developer has done basically what needs to be done, and it's a nice development, so that's my comment.
Thank you. Other comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wilkins.
I agree with Commissioner Arrington. I am not in favor of denying this motion. Denying it, because the motion to approve was recommended by the planning board and by TRC. I find the developers to be sincere when they said they tried their best. Sometimes you just have to go ahead and do what you have to do. And so I'm not in agreement with denying.
Okay. Other comments from commissioners at this time? Mr. Bellfield?
I just have a question. Has the planning board and TRC done everything within the reason and request before this was brought back to the board?
So the planning board initially, TRC and the planning board initially recommended approval. with a stipulation that the stub road to the north be added. The developers, since the commissioners previously looked at it, have added that stub road, and the request has not gone back to the planning board because there's been no other change since they saw it. So they continue to recommend approval.
Other comments, questions?
I think a lot of, maybe what Commissioner Cohn's background is on this is that if the developers did not intend on going back to the landowner to make further negotiations, that maybe should have been shared with us at our prior meeting so that we could go ahead and take care of that, this item at that time.
Other comments?
Well, as I understand it, they tried. And a lot of times, like I said, when you're trying to develop something, if I want a piece of land over here out of my way, maybe sometime it might not fit the requirements for development. So just because they didn't talk or couldn't agree on a land swap is no condition for denying this request.
They didn't talk about it after we tabled the motion. They haven't talked about it since then.
Other comments from board? I feel compelled to speak, and I realize I'm in this business and I'm looked upon as somebody that supports it, but what my real concern is, it appears like this development meets our criteria, our revised criteria, and it comes to us with a favorable recommendation from the planning board. I'm always hesitant not to support something that comes from our planning board. But the real problem that I would have in the motion on the floor at the current time is the fact that if it meets all of our criteria of the ordinance that we have, I don't think it leaves the county in the best legal status to not approve it. If we had some reason other than the land swap, which appears like what we are here this morning, and I too agree, I wish there had been more conversation. But this board tabled this item from a motion and a second, and I think we all agreed to table it. But at the end of the day, the proposal does meet all the criteria of our ordinance, and therefore I would have to support it from that standpoint. But with that said, and everybody else that wished to talked, I would call for a show of hands. We have a motion on the floor to deny the rezoning of this property. All of those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. That motion doesn't carry for lack of a majority. Mr. Attorney, do I now ask for second motions, I think? Is there another motion on this matter?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment as stated in the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness and development conditions.
Properly stated, Mr. Tyson?
Yes, sir.
All right, I have a motion on the floor, properly stated. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Aristide and Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by a show of hands. That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you.
While you're up there, the next item on the agenda is another public hearing. It is the public hearing on conditional rezoning request CZ 240501 Bissett Landing subdivision. And I'll turn it over to you, sir.
This is another conditional rezoning for a residential subdivision. Subject property is outlined in red on the aerial photo and the zoning map on your screen. This is a 55.42 acre undeveloped tract of land currently owned by the Finley Daniel Bissett II Irrevocable Trust. It's located on the south side of Highway 97 in the R40 Single Family Residential Zoning District. This is west of Highway 581, and it's between the town of Spring Hope to the north and the town of Bailey to the south. The property owner has submitted this request on behalf of the prospective developer, ACE Needham LLC, to rezone the subject property to RA30CZ Single Family Residential Conditional Zone, specifically for the development of a proposed 61-lot Bissett's Landing residential subdivision. Approving the rezoning request would have 3 substantial impacts on the subject property. The required minimum lot area would be reduced from 40,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet. Double-wide manufactured homes, which are permitted for development in the current R40 zoning district, would no longer be permitted for development following the rezoning. And the subject property, of course, because this is conditional, could only be developed in accordance with the approved subdivision sketch plan. There's also the opportunity to attach additional reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. The submitted subdivision sketch plan is on the screen. This proposes the development of 61 new residential lots along 4 new public road rights-of-way. All of the new lots would be accessed from the new interior roads, and none would be accessed directly from Highway 97. The sketch plan proposes stub road connections to the properties to the east and west of the subject tract for potential interconnectivity in the future. This is the stub road connection to the west and the stub road connection to the east. Each of these new lots would have to meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area, 100 foot minimum lot width dimensional requirements of the proposed new zone. These lots would be served by a proposed extension of the existing Nash County public water system and by private on-site septic systems. The property includes 2 existing water holes and a stream feature that may be subject to 50-foot wide riparian buffers to protect them from disturbance. The engineer has shown those buffers on the current draft plan, and we'll have those evaluated prior to construction by the state. The developer also proposes the establishment of a special purpose lot on the western side of the tract to preserve the existing cemetery, and that would be this cemetery lot right here. The conditional use, the comprehensive land use plan, future land use map designates this area as residential agricultural area. The plan, of course, recommends a minimum allowable lot size of 30,000 square feet, which is consistent with the proposal. The plan recommends that rezonings for greater residential density be limited to RA districts that do not permit the development of manufactured homes. And this is an RA30CZ zoning district that is proposed. The request is not unreasonable spot zoning because the subject property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use. And approval of the request will permit slightly smaller minimum lot areas and increased residential density, but the new zoning district is more restrictive in terms of land uses because it excludes the development of manufactured homes. The Technical Review Committee considered this on May the 2nd and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered this request on May 20th. Mr. Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering addressed the board on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Todd Bissett addressed the board on behalf of Terry Bissett, the owner of property located on the opposite side of Highway 97, with concerns regarding increased residential density and the potential safety impacts of the increased vehicular traffic on the adjacent roads. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request, subject to the development conditions that are listed in the motions below. Your packet includes a suggested motion for approval and a suggested motion for denial of the zoning map amendment. The development conditions found at the bottom half of page 19 are very similar to the standard development conditions that we require for most conditional residential subdivision developments. And with that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has prior to the public hearing.
Okay, any questions from board members of Mr. Tyson on this item?
Yes, this
Mr. Belfield.
water, this recommendation here, are they near where they could hook on to a water system, or would they have to have individual wells?
This will be an extension of,
Tax, I mean,
this will be an extension of the county public water system, so all these lots will be served by county water.
okay.
Any other questions from commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this item.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Collins. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, like the previous public hearing, we are in a public hearing now. Be glad to hear from any citizens that's here that wish to speak for or against this rezoning item. Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, again representing the developer for this piece of property. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions of the engineer of this project? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Others wish to speak for or against this item? Good morning again, sir.
Morning, Commissioners. Freddie Howe, 4371 Massey Road, Zebulon. Just had a couple of people ask about this property, and I may have missed it. Will there be turn lanes in, since this increase in density with the traffic that's coming through there, to accommodate these additional 60 homes?
That would be an item that would be decided in the design of the subdivision, and DOT would make that decision at this time. Mr. Tyson, correct me if I'm wrong, if you would, but generally that is handled in the next phase of engineering.
So once it's approved, then the determination will be whether or not to put additional turn lanes in to accommodate the increase in traffic.
That's correct. They have a formula by which they work on calculating the number of trips based on the number of lots, and at that time, DOT would decide whether it would require them or not.
And is that a traditional process? Is that standard the way that's handled?
It is, sir.
And traditionally, is there a certain number that meets the criteria to have additional turn lanes?
It is a formula that they have. It is not based on the number of lots. It's based on the average daily traffic on a road, based on the number of lots, and then based on the number of trips per day. But I'm going to ask our staff to correct me if I'm wrong, because is that correct, Mr. Tyson?
You're correct.
Okay.
The decision is not the county's as to whether there should be any improvements in the highway at such as a turn lane. That decision rests with the DOT. Like you said, they have a formula that is based on the current estimated number of trips on that segment of Highway 97 today. Then they add 10 trips per proposed lot. So I think this is 61 lots, so they would add 610 additional trips into that formula. And if it meets the threshold for improvements such as turn lanes, then they would require that as a condition of issuing the driveway permit for where the new road is going to intersect with Highway 97.
Correct. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Howell?
No, sir. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, sir. Anyone else wish to speak for or against or have questions on this item? Yes, sir.
Todd Bissett, 3553 Peachtree Hills Road. I'm here this morning because this property and the last property we just spoke about all has a little something to do with my family. I did go to the zoning meeting, ask about the streets and the roads getting fixed, whatever. I appreciate I think you pronounce it Greer, for coming today. I don't like it. I can't, I've been living here all my life, and I don't like all this growth because I'm just an old country boy, but I know growth has to happen because of the budget that you guys proposed and put up here. Ms. Pearson talking, we all know we need help, and the only way to get the money that we need for this county is taxes. And the way to get the taxes in is bring more people in, more houses, everything. That's what it all comes down to, is the money. because we got to have more police officers, more emergency service people, and the way we got to pay for them is taxpayers have to pay it. And so I don't reckon there's really anything we can do. It's just, to me, it's sad. You know, I was raised on this property all my life, cutting hay, baling hay, feeding cows, barning tobacco, setting tobacco out. You know, everybody knows I'm just beating a dead horse. So I just wanted to know, let you guys know how I felt about it. And, you know, I reckon that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. They're fully understood. Other speakers before I close the public hearing? Entertain a motion this time to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, a second, please.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carried. Public hearing is now closed. Any other questions of staff on this item from a commissioner at this time?
Well,
Mr. Belfield?
I have agriculture background, and I'm concerned about agricultural land being moved from agriculture through zoning development. I also know that there are people moving in the area, when I say area, I mean Nash County, and it's going to require more housing in order for them to have a place to live and work. I do not vote on this board to do things just to bring in tax revenue. I try to do what is in the best interest of the people. And I too have always had, and I have questioned it, had concerns about developing, encroaching on agriculture. And it's not just happening here in Nash County, it's happening all the way across the nation. We do need food supply, all those things when the population is increasing. You got to take all those factors into account and you do what's best. And that's what I always try to do since I've been on this board. Been on it now for almost 26 years. I'm in my 26th year now. And I do not make decisions based on what someone say, that way they want it, where they want to make more money or whatever. And that's been my position all along, and I just want to express it.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Belfield. Other comments from the commissioner?
I've got a comment about the farmland, but I'm going to save it for my commissioner comments. I don't think it's specific for this one rezoning request.
At your pleasure, ma'am.
Thank you.
Other comments? Seeing no more, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment, adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness, conditional rezoning request, CZ 240501, to rezone the specified property from R830 CZ for the development of the Bissett's Landing subdivision.
Properly stated, was it any items that need to be?
That would be subject to the development conditions
Yes.
that are listed in the staff report.
Okay. Have a motion for approval. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion?
Have one comment.
You have a comment, go ahead, sir.
Yes. Again, the developer has met all the conditions for this development. And yes, we have sympathy for our agricultural area, and yes, I was raised on a farm also. And during our land use plan development for the county, we changed all the residential requirements to be a 30,000 square foot houses, so people really can't build 20,000 smaller homes. So most of the time, the homes are built for people that own the homes. And yes, there's a big crunch for land for development, and our population is not getting any smaller. And at the same time, I said that to say we are still trying to protect our farmers and our agriculture area to make sure that, yes, farming land is available. And it breaks all our hearts, yes, every time that development comes on some agricultural land that used to be farm land. With that said, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Any other comments on the motion on the floor?
One
Mr. Belfield?
final comment, and that is that communications I get from especially your older farmers, and they don't have children that willing to take over. They tell me I want to do what I want to with my land, and don't prevent me from doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. Other comments from commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. We'll move now to the next item, which is another public hearing on a conditional rezoning request, CZ 240502, which is Overton Storage. What you have here, Mr. Tyson?
This request is commercial in nature. The subject property highlighted on the screen is approximately 2.36 acres. Is a portion of a larger triangular undeveloped tract of land. So it's the northern tip of that larger triangle portion. It's located on the east side of North Halifax Road, currently owned by Overton Properties LLC, and it is currently zoned A1 agricultural in northeastern Nash County, just southwest of the Wake Stone Corporation quarry operation, which you can see in the top right-hand corner of the zoning map in the purplish color there. The property owner has submitted this rezoning request for the development of a self-storage warehouse facility. The submitted site plan, which is admittedly very light on the screen that I'm looking at, shows the plan for the northern or up on the right-hand side of the map, the site plan layout for that portion of the tip of the triangle to be developed as a self-storage warehouse facility. There's a fenced and gravelled area that includes 6 separate self-storage warehouse buildings and a total of 5 designated parking spaces, which meets the minimum parking calculation for such a facility. This is a conditional rezoning request, so it allows for the attachment of reasonable site-specific development conditions. The land use plan, the request would be consistent with the recommendations of the plan for establishing non-residential land uses in this residential agricultural area shown in green. That's because the subject property has both frontage along and direct access to North Halifax Road, a state-maintained secondary road. The subject property is closer than the recommended quarter-mile minimum distance from the heavily traveled intersection of North Halifax Road and North Browntown Road to the southwest of the property. The subject property is located in very close proximity to this purple-colored major employment and industrial area designated to the northeast, which already includes other existing industrial and commercial land uses, such as the Wake Stone Corporation Quarry, the Fred Smith Company Asphalt Plant, and the original Log Cabin Homes Sales Center. Subject property has significant spatial separation from other potentially non-compatible land uses. As you can see, there is no existing residential subdivision development or even any residential homes in proximity to the subject site. And the scale of the commercial land use is limited by both the small size of the subject property and the conditional nature of the rezoning request, meaning that any plans for future expansion beyond the perimeter of what we're looking at today would have to come back through for a zoning map amendment to be reviewed by the planning board and by the Board of Commissioners. This request may be considered reasonable in the public interest and not unsupported spot zoning because a self-storage warehouse facility is a relatively low-impact commercial land use that provides a service to the surrounding community while typically generating only limited traffic and low noise levels. The Technical Review Committee considered this request back on May the 2nd and recommended approval. The Nash County Planning Board considered the request on May 20th. Mr. Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering addressed the board on behalf of the applicant in support of the request. There were no other members of the public present to address the board regarding the request. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval, subject to the development conditions. You have a suggested motion for approval and a suggested motion for denial. Under the previously mentioned development conditions that begin at the bottom of page 27 of your agenda and continue on to the top of page 28, the only one that is remarkable would be condition number 3. Per the North Carolina Department of Transportation, the vehicle entrance gate for the facility should be located a minimum of 45 feet from the edge of the pavement of North Halifax Road. That is to ensure that vehicles that are either long trucks or towing trailers can pull completely out of the travel way when entering the code on the gate to access the facility. And I'll note that the current site plan does satisfy that requirement. That's simply included as a reminder to the developer because that is a safety issue. With that, I'll pause and take any questions on the staff report before we proceed with the public hearing.
Any questions of Mr. Tyson on this item from the commissioner? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. I entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing to hear any comments from anyone present for or against this particular rezoning item. And if you would come forward at this time, we'd be glad to hear from you and state your name and address for the record.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Kevin Varnell, Stocks Engineering. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions of Mr. Varnell on this item?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Others wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing no movement, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Any other questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness as stated below, the condition rezoning request for this property, to rezone this specific property with general commercial conditional zone for the use of a self-storage warehouse facility, subject to the following development conditions.
Have a motion on the floor properly stated.
Yes, sir.
Questions, a second on the motion, please? Second. Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries as well. I'm going to pause just 1 second, Mr. Tyson. I've seen Representative Chester go in and out a couple of times, and I got him in here. I'm going to recognize him here and thank him for being here this morning. If you would stand up, sir, and let the people here know you're here, and thank you for being here. I apologize for not catching you earlier, but every time I look, you were moving around, and I didn't see you when you first come in. With that said, we'll move on to item number 10, which is a public hearing, a UDO text amendment request, A240501, which basically involves adding the Neuse River to our current ordinance for our stormwater ordinance. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Tyson at this time to explain to us what's going on. Hate to see this happen, but I reckon we're at this point.
Yes, sir. Nash County has administered and enforced state-mandated stormwater management regulations for new development within the Tar-Pamlico River Basin within our unincorporated jurisdiction in northern and central Nash County since September 2004, so for the last 20 years. If you'll note the map of the county, there is a blue and white line on the map that divides the Tar-Pamlico River Basin, which is the great majority of Nash County, above that line, from the Neuse River Basin, which is the southern tip of Nash County below that line. Up to now, there have only been stormwater nutrient requirements applicable in the northern part above that line. These regulations are intended to protect and improve water quality by reducing nitrogen and phosphorus nutrient runoff that can harm both the public health and safety as well as natural environments. It's also to manage water quantity by protecting natural surfaces and stream channels from erosion caused by excessive water runoff during heavy rainfall events. Effective July 1, next month, the state of North Carolina will require Nash County to administer and enforce updated and revised stormwater management regulations for the Tar-Pamlico River Basin, and for the first time, to administer and enforce new stormwater management regulations applicable to new development in that Neuse River Basin in southern Nash County. To that end, Nash County contracted with a consultant, the Wooten Company, to draft a revised stormwater ordinance and implementation program that would satisfy the minimum requirements of the applicable state and federal rules for stormwater runoff and discharge for new development. The resulting documents were then submitted to, reviewed by, and ultimately approved by the North Carolina Environmental Management Commission. The draft Nash County Neuse and Tar-Pamlico Stormwater Ordinance for new development, as well as the local implementation plan program documents, are attached to the report in your agenda packet for review. And the intent of this text amendment is to repeal and replace the current Nash County stormwater requirements found in UDO Article 12, Section 12-3.3, with the revised stormwater ordinance requirements. These revised requirements place more emphasis on a project's percentage of cumulative built-upon area and will adjust the maximum acceptable nutrient export rates as shown in the table before you. So if you review the table, there are two nutrients of concern, nitrogen and phosphorus, in the left-hand column. Nitrogen is regulated in the Tar-Pamlico and the Neuse, whereas phosphorus is only regulated in the Tar-Pamlico currently. You have a column for the current rate and then the new rate, which will become effective July 1. So for nitrogen in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin, it's currently allowed on a per project basis of 4 pounds per acre per year being exported or leaving the site due to water runoff in high rainfall events. That rate is staying the same effective July 1. It'll continue to be 4 pounds per acre per year. So no real impact there to local developers. However, nitrogen, which was not currently regulated in the Neuse, will be regulated for the first time in Nash County effective July 1 with a 3.6 pounds per acre per year export rate limit. That number is consistent with how it is regulated in other parts of the Neuse, but it will be implemented for the first time in Nash County July 1. Phosphorus, which is only regulated in the Tar-Pamlico, will actually go up due to progress that's been made in the river basin over the last 20 years. So the current 0.4 pounds per acre per year export rate will increase and actually double to 0.8 pounds per acre. And so that requirement will get a little easier for developers to comply with. Developers will still be allowed to satisfy the revised stormwater requirements with the installation of on-site control measures such as detention or treatment ponds, or with the purchase of off-site nutrient offset credits that contribute to mitigation efforts that are occurring elsewhere within the same watershed, or in some cases with a combination of both. Nash County must adopt and begin implementing the revised Noose and Tar Pamlico Stormwater Ordinance for new development and the local implementation plan program by July 1, 2024, in order to comply with the current requirements of North Carolina state law. Whenever we adopt a UDO text amendment, we're required to compare it to the comprehensive land use plan for consistency. In this case, the request is neither consistent nor inconsistent with the 2022 comprehensive land use plan because the plan did not specifically address the state mandated stormwater management requirements, mostly because they are beyond our control as a county government. However, again, adoption of the proposed amendment is necessary for compliance with state law. The Technical Review Committee considered this on May the 2nd and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered it on May the 20th. There were no members of the public addressing the board at that time with regard to the amendment, and the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval. There is a suggested motion. Again, if adopted, this will take effect for projects submitted on or after July 1, 2024. And I'll be glad to answer any questions before we move into a public hearing.
Questions on this item from the commissioner? Commissioner Leggett?
Got a couple questions.
Okay.
In your tables there, the rates of nitrogen and phosphorus, how are those arrived upon? And then my second question is, can you put some of this in layman's terms, what these changes mean for citizens or developers or affected parties?
I'm not sure how the rates are determined. They are set at the state level. I believe they're set based on an assessment of the current conditions of the watersheds and the river basins, but I'm afraid I can't go into more detail about how that process works. In simplest terms, it means that when new development happens and rain falls on rooftops, driveways, sidewalks, anything where it will not soak immediately into the ground, that the runoff generated by that captures and collects these nutrients and carries them off the property and further into the water supply, which is bad for the environment and it's bad for people's drinking water supplies. And so the state has set these limits. In most of the county, the limits are going to stay the same or get slightly easier for the developer to abide by. But in the southern portion of Nash County, developers are going to see an added cost to development in some cases because they're going to have to meet this new nitrogen requirement when looking at the water runoff that's leaving the property.
Do I understand it correctly that basically the rules are coming down for the state and this is our local implementation?
That is correct. And Nash County has not added anything in addition to what the minimum state requirements are. We had the Wooten Company draft an ordinance amendment that meets the minimum requirements that we're required to enforce by the state.
Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Aaron?
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
this-
can you explain in layman's term, how are these levels measured by the state, how often? And how do you know when one particular developer or whatever is putting out more than?
So when a developer proposes a new project, there is essentially a very complex spreadsheet that they have to prepare with the details of that development project. And that spreadsheet results in the pounds per acre per year export rate of that particular project. And so if the spreadsheet results that's prepared by the engineer exceeds these numbers, then the developer has to either capture the rainwater that falls on that property and allow the nitrogen and the phosphorus to settle to the bottom of a treatment pond, for example, before the water leaves the property, to keep the nutrients from washing away. Or the developer could pay into a state fund that will mitigate or improve wetlands or riparian buffers in other areas within that same watershed as an offset for any damage that might be caused by the nitrogen or the phosphorus leaving that property. So they have two options: to treat it on site or to pay for these credits, or sometimes there could be a combination of both. But the way that we know a project exceeds the acceptable threshold is by having our county engineer review the calculations that are done by the developer's engineer on a project-by-project basis.
All right, thanks, sir.
Other questions? Mr. Belfield?
The county, the developers, you saying that they can pay into a state fund. In my opinion, that's not a good thing to do. Because we here in the county, we should be enforcing that we comply with the Pamlico Tar River wastewater, because what it would do is contaminate water supply up the stream and down the stream. And in some municipalities, draw their water supply from the Tar River and the Pamlico River. Here in Nash County, are we requiring some of these developers where they got 50 or more lots that they're developing to have a grass waterway or holding pond? I've seen some, especially with industry, but I haven't seen any in these developed communities where they have a holding pond.
I would agree. Go ahead.
And even with a holding pond, it needs to be at the bottom of, they should have a plan that they have developed that water would not leak out of that holding pond into the aquifers and get into water supplies. So I just think this is a situation that shouldn't be turned over to the state to do. The state may water it down, or they may come in and condemn it, and then it fall back on us. We should have it from the beginning.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. Other comments? Mr. Tyson, was it's bringing in the news to ours, was it any negotiation with the state, or is there an appeal process, or that law just comes to us and we follow it as written?
That law comes to us. We have no input on that process.
Okay, kind of what I thought. All right, thank you, sir. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this item.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ayrton, is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries, and we are on item number 10. As stated, it is a UDO text amendment this time, and we are in a public hearing, and if there's anyone here that wishes to speak for or against, I don't know how much latitude we got. If somebody speaks against it, seems like we're going to be for it one way or the other, but we'd certainly like to hear from the public at this time. Please come forward, Ms. Pearson.
I'll make it very quick. My name again is Amy Pearson. I'm at 6127 Strickland Road. I think this is a very important aspect of how we continue to protect our water system. I am a manager for 2 well systems, one in the Sandy Cross area, one in the Mount Pleasant area. And in my Sandy Cross area, I already have a big issue when there's nitrogen put on the ground. My nitrates go up extremely high, and at this time, I am this close to being out of compliance. And so this is an extreme issue already because of our rural agricultural area. In my Mount Pleasant area, I have 0 nitrates. So it does matter from aquifer to aquifer, and it does matter how much nitrogen is put on our earth. So this is very important.
Thank you, ma'am. Other comments for or against this? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by like sign. Motion carries as well. Any other questions of Mr. Tyson at this time? And I heard you say this goes into effect July the 1st.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Belfield.
I just want to say this is a situation that Nash County should handle and not waiting, depending on the state to do it, because I don't believe they have enough employees to cover 100 counties. And we don't need to get into a situation where it's condemned. And then you got to move real quickly, and the funds may not be there, and it costs more. So we need to just stay on this from day one.
Mr. Belfield, I think what we're up against is that part that you're concerned with is in the ordinance, and it comes to us.
Well,
And prior to the ordinance changing by the state, we have to adhere to it and allow the buy-downs. Is that not correct, Mr. Tyson?
Correct.
Yeah, I know that.
So
but,
we don't have any latitude to
At
change
the
it.
same time, that we need to be up front and on top of this. I know the state can pass laws and say this is what the county will have to do.
Right.
But we need to be on it already. And we have soil and water conservation department here in Nash County. And they work with the farmers, but they work with municipalities, and they can work with the county, and they work with the county also. And we just need to use the resources that we have before it may cost us a lot more.
Your point's well taken, sir. We'll do the best we can with the laws we're asked to enforce. And if we need them changed, we need to put them on our list for next year's legislative dinner, maybe. Thank you, sir, for your comments. Any other questions of Mr. Tyson? Madam Clerk, have I got a motion yet?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion for approval at this time.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by like sign. Motion carries with 6-1 vote as I read. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, and I do have, Mr. Boone, how long do you think this will take? I've got the equalization and review board that I need to handle it. Real close to 11 o'clock. How much?
15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. I've got to do it not sooner than 11 o'clock. I'm a few minutes behind. Is that okay, ma'am? Okay. All right, go ahead, sir. Your item is the Southern Nash wastewater merger please say that word for me when you talk
It'll
feasibility
take 5
study.
minutes just to give you the title.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, the item we have before us is a Southern Nash County wastewater merger. See, I'm having trouble myself. Regionalization feasibility study. I like to refer to it as the MRF. It's a lot easier to say MRF. And as the board is aware, the county's been doing quite a bit of work in the southern part of the county looking at this issue of wastewater, particularly wastewater treatment capacity. From the county's perspective, it's really about supporting future economic development, industrial development specifically, and to support townships we have in the southern part of the county that have been struggling with wastewater-related issues for quite some time now. And the county received a grant, you may recall, back in 2022 to conduct this MRF study to really evaluate alternatives that may be feasible for the county to pursue to address, again, this issue of wastewater treatment capacity. And we have Brian Johnson with the Wooten Company who assists the county with this work. He's vice president and the director of engineering services. And thought it'd be helpful, even though we've made reference to the study a number of times and talked a little bit about the work on the study, to give you a more comprehensive review of the study itself, the alternatives that were evaluated, and then the alternatives that we're carrying forward in the next phase of work, which is a planning grant. The county also received a grant to fund that work. But it's, again, all about supporting development in the townships primarily, and then economic development, industrial development specifically for Nash County. So this time I will welcome Brian Johnson to the podium.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's good to be with you today. It's been a while. It's good to be back in front. As Jonathan said, we were fortunate enough and appreciate the opportunity to help the county and the stakeholders completing this study last year. And we want to come to you today and just present to you the findings of the study and review sort of the next steps with the study as well. So with that, I'm going to start off with just some background information. There we go. Some background information, and then we'll get into some of the alternatives and the findings of those alternatives, and then the recommendations and conclusions that we found. All right, for background information, this is a lot on this slide, but let me just say, as Jonathan said, what we're really looking to determine was there any opportunity to regionalize the wastewater disposal treatment in this area. Right now, as Jonathan said, there's areas, the area Southern Nash is anticipated to grow. Obviously, the county has an investment down there in the Middlesex Corporate Center. And so is there any opportunity for folks in that area to come together with the county and look to regionalize? The town of Bailey, we'll get into more of this in a minute, but the town of Bailey, of course, is having some issues. They've been under a moratorium for nearly 20 years. The town of Middlesex itself does have some capacity, but it's fairly limited. And we also did inquire with the town of Spring Hope, although they weren't necessarily a stakeholder to the study. We did talk to them, and they do have some capacity. And of course, in the area, they may be a regional partner in the future. There was also a grant that was used from the Division of Water Infrastructure to conduct the study. So specifically, let's get into the town of Bailey. I'm just going to hit the highlights here. The town currently owns and operates 5.5 miles of gravity sewer collection system, and they also own their own wastewater treatment facility. That's pictured here on the slide. For wastewater disposal, you can see they operate a lagoon system, spray field system, and it has a capacity of about 43,000 gallons a day. Their flows coming to it are averaging around 111,000 gallons per day. As you can see, there's a disconnect there, and that's why the state has put them under a moratorium. And so until they get that straightened out, they will be in that situation. They have an aging system, and part of what they're trying to do on their behalf is trying to correct what you call inflow and infiltration, and the best way to describe that is a leaky system. I would say, where you have groundwater or rainwater that gets into a sewer system, and obviously you don't want to treat groundwater or rainwater in your wastewater system. So they are trying to reduce that, and they've received some funding from the state, and they've got some ongoing projects to try to do that. One other project that I'll mention that they have been looking at is also the possibility of pumping their wastewater, abandoning their plant and pumping their wastewater to the city of Wilson. And they have received some funding that may support that effort. The town of Middlesex is next. They own about 8 miles of gravity sewer collection system. The one difference here is they do not own a wastewater treatment facility. Instead, they actually pump their wastewater over to the city of Raleigh's facility in Zebulon and the Little Creek facility. And you can see there, they do have some capacity. They're permitted or capacity by agreement, I should say, is 270,000 gallons a day. And they're averaging right now 132. Now, the one thing I'll say about Middlesex, of course, is that's where the Middlesex Corporate Center is. And industrial flow, which is what is coming to that particular facility, is highly variable. And so you look at that and say, well, 100,000 gallons a day is quite a bit. Well, it'll get eaten up very quickly when you think about industrial growth. So that's something to keep in mind when you think about Middlesex. And also, they have an aging system as well, and they are also trying to do what they can to reduce the I&I that's coming into their system. So that's, they have been funded through a couple projects as well on their end. Now, when you think about the area, this is an area that's bounded by Middlesex, I mentioned, Bailey, I mentioned, and also potentially Spring Hope. So this is the southern part of the county. So what we did is we looked at, well, what's the population going to look like in, say, 20, 25 years? And what you're looking at here is over the past decade or so, there wasn't much growth in the area, largely due to things I just mentioned. But we anticipate, given the proximity to Wake County, given the proximity to, or the development of the Middlesex Corporate Center, this population in this area could change and should change, potentially. And so what we did is we looked at, well, what would it look like if it changed by 0.5% growth? Over the past decade, it's been relatively flat. But what would it look like if we said 0.5%? What would it look like if we said 1.5%? What would it look like if we said 2.5%? And that's what those graph trend lines are showing there, with the topmost line being your 2.5% growth rate. And you can see by year 2050, the population could almost double in that area. So it's something that we've got to pay attention to, and of course, we've got to plan for, and that's what this study is hoping to do, and to develop a long-term solution. Okay, so with all these things in mind, what are the solutions? What are some options that the county and the stakeholders have? So what we looked at were 4 different alternatives. The first one we looked at was the one that Bailey had already looked at, and actually has been looked at over the years a couple of times, and that is pumping to the city of Wilson. The second one was, well, what if the county and the stakeholders were to construct a new wastewater treatment plant on Turkey Creek? That's located in between Middlesex and Bailey. Number 3 is same thing, constructing a wastewater treatment plant, but in this case on the Tar River between Spring Hope and Bailey, up on 581. And then number 4 is, what if we, instead of pumping to Wilson, we would pump to Rocky Mount? So before I get into these, the one I'll just exclude right off the bat is alternative number 2. So when you are looking at developing a new wastewater plant anywhere in the state of North Carolina, if you're doing a new discharge into a stream, you've got to go to the state, and they've got to basically approve or give you what they call the limits. They've got to give you some kind of limits on what you'd be able to treat to. And in this case, they would not give us those limits on Turkey Creek. They said the base flows are not substantial enough. It's not safe for the environment to be able to treat, dispose of your wastewater into that creek. So that option was eliminated from consideration. But we still have 3 remaining. And so here is a graphic of the alternative to pump to the city of Wilson. And as you can see, what it entails is a pump station in Middlesex, pump station, therefore, in Bailey, and then on to the city of Wilson. Now, one thing I want to point out, because it does kind of differentiate itself from the other couple options, this particular option only pumps a portion of Middlesex, and really it's confined to the Middlesex Corporate Center. So the flows that would come from there would be pumped to Bailey and so forth. The remainder of Middlesex would continue to pump to Raleigh for the foreseeable future. You can see that it entails about 11.5 miles of force main, and as I mentioned, a couple of pump stations, costs of almost $16 million. And as you'll see, it's relatively cost-effective compared to the others. But one thing that I need to point out about this one is that the City of Wilson, we've had ongoing discussions with them, but at this point in time, they still have not committed to this particular option. And also, there may be some downstream impacts or downstream improvements that they may would require to their system. All right, skipping alternative 2, we'll jump to alternative 3. Alternative 3, as I mentioned a minute ago, is constructing a new wastewater treatment facility on the Tar River, right there at the current middle school site or somewhere in that vicinity. And as you can see, what this one entails is 3 pump stations. If Spring Hope were to come into the project, it would be 3 pump stations and about 17 miles of force main. And this particular option brings in all the flows from all the areas. So what I mean by that is it would serve all of Bailey, it would serve all of Middlesex, and if so desired, all of Spring Hope, and then also any unincorporated areas within the town that made economical sense to be able to tie to this system. So the service area for this particular alternative is larger. The price tag is obviously larger too as a result of that, and it's just shy of $84 million. One thing to note on this particular option is that there's no reliance on others. This would be a county-led initiative with the stakeholders. And so it would be up to the county as opposed to other entities outside the county. This particular option also provides smart economic growth opportunity, if you will. Additional capacity could be factored into this particular option that would allow it to serve Middlesex Corporate Center and other economic initiatives in that area. And right now, we're looking, I didn't mention, a 1.5 million gallon a day flow on that particular plant. All right, and then the final option that we looked at, alternative number 4, this would be pumping all the way to the city of Rocky Mount. And as you can see, this is 39 miles of pumping and multiple pump stations. Obviously, there's no treatment plant construction in this, but it does involve a lot of pipeline, all the way from Middlesex, all the way up into Rocky Mounts to their wastewater plant. This one, unlike the last one, this one would only serve Middlesex and Bailey, no unincorporated areas of the county, and no potential for Spring Hope. So this one comes in at the cost of just under $117 million. So this is the highest priced option, and it does provide good capacity. Okay, so now that we've got some options, we looked at, well, how do we deal with these? How do we evaluate these? And we really, we developed this matrix, and basically it was weighted very heavily towards the regional goals, and those being service area. How much could we serve with this project? Ownership, who would own and maintain and control the area? Flexibility and capacity. These were some of the things that kind of went into this heavy weight of the regional goals. But then we looked at other things such as permitting. How difficult would it be to permit? What is the initial capital cost? What's the time frame to get something like this done? So at the end of the day, the alternative number 3, with all things considered, it was the highest ranking alternative, and that is to construct the wastewater plant at the Tar River. And then the number 2 option was going to the city of Wilson, but with the caveat that we could get an agreement with the city, which has not been determined at this time. So as far as next steps, recommendations, based on that particular scoring matrix, the next step was to move forward with and develop alternative 3 further. This was what we've just completed was a high-level study, so there's still a lot that has to be detailed out, if you will, and refined. And so further study needs to be done in the way of preliminary engineering report, environmental report needs to be conducted, and these things will help us really fine-tune the flows, where we're actually going to put this particular facility, who are the final stakeholders, obviously the county, and then who else, and what routes do we want to get and utilize. All these parameters need to be sorted out. What are some of the constraints that we may have to deal with out there? Are there wetlands that may impact it? Other environmental constraints such as endangered species. So all these things have to be looked at a little bit further. And then finally, who's going to own and operate, and how we're going to deal with that. So the county, as a result of this, the county has applied for and received a $400,000 grant from the state of North Carolina to further study this. And that's where we are now, looking at additional study on this item, this particular alternative. And then also that'll include some preliminary engineering work that'll help us refine this further. And then, of course, the last step or one of the last steps, one of the bigger last steps, is to find the funding to move forward with such a project as this, to help the region and help the stakeholders develop a long-term solution for wastewater disposal. So with that, I don't know how my time's looking, but I'll stop right there and be glad to take any questions that anybody has.
Questions from board members of Brian at this time? Mr. Belfield?
What's the reason do you have that Wilson has not signed on to this project?
Yeah, I'm not sure of their exact reasons. I know that they are looking at capacity concerns and stuff on there. This would be pumping into their western part of their system, so I think they're looking at things in their areas, their growth, and want to make sure that they're not limiting themselves. But there may be other reasons, but I know that's some of the ones they've mentioned.
In the study, you didn't include Rocky Mount.
Right. We did look at going to Rocky Mount, and then that was the highest cost option, about $117 million, so it was the lowest ranking option for us.
Other questions from commissioners? Brian, I'll just say, I think this is one of the most important things that this board is facing in the years coming forward. We have got to solve the long-term sewer issue in the southern part of the county if it's going to continue to grow from an industrial standpoint. And we've shown that it can grow from an industrial standpoint, and I think we all know that recruiting new industries is the best way to add to our tax base because it brings jobs, it brings investments, whereas residential is just going to happen. It's going to happen anyway, I think, but it's certainly going to happen as we bring more industry here. But the best way to build our tax base is by bringing new industry, which at the same time brings jobs for our people as well. But this is a sticking point that we've had for a long time. I appreciate your company's work on this, and I certainly appreciate us receiving grants to do this study. And I just hope we can continue to move forward and come up with a solution that is good for all stakeholders, Ben's Bailey, Middlesex, at Nash County. And I do hope sincerely that Spring Hope will see the need to be included in this study for a backup standpoint, should they ever need any additional sewer, but also if they would have an industry that looks at Spring Hope as well, that has a reasonably large use for sewer. Of course, we're going to always be limited on the kind of industries we can look at, as we all know, but still we have a keen desire as a board to look after all of the county, and at this point, particularly southern Nash County, because of the total lack of sewer availability in that area. So I'm just very thankful for what y'all have done and our staff has done, and hope we can continue to work with Spring Hope and get them on board. And of course, the number one thing that we all want to do is solve the current issue that Bailey has. I've been on a moratorium. It's been a long time, and it's time to come up with a solution to get them off on that. and allow growth in that area as well. So this is a good way to start this process, and I'm very confident it's going to turn out successful for all of us. But that's my comments on it. Any other commissioner wishes to say? Commissioner Legg.
I'd just like to make one comment, just to acknowledge that this is still in the study phase. We have not committed funds to build a new wastewater treatment plant. We're studying about that to, like, as the chairman said, working towards solutions for Southern Nash County. And it has been a priority for us to find these solutions. So thank you.
One question.
Mr. Darrington, please go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. Alternative 3, say we decide that that is our best alternative. What would be the projected date of completion? Say if we started.
Full construction,
Yes,
everything?
about how long did that take?
Yeah, if everything were to progress, if things were, we had the money, we were able to get the site, all those things progressed as normal with very few hiccups, I would say you're looking at a 3 to 5 year horizon.
Okay.
Funding being the big issue.
Funding being the big one.
Yeah, well, we are right, funding, but that's why we got our representative here this evening. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other comments? Our instructions is to receive the study itself, as I see it. So if there's no other questions, I'd entertain a motion to receive this study.
Make a motion, we receive the study.
Have a motion by Commissioner Combs to receive the study. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Have 2 seconds, Commissioner Leggett and Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries as well. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, great job, Brian. I appreciate it. I look forward to working through the second part of it. We did have an equalization and review board scheduled for 11 o'clock. We are a little past that hour. So at this time, I'm going to recess the regular commissioner meeting and call for a motion to go into the Board of Equalization and Review.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the Board of Equalization and Review, and what that is about is for the Board of Commissioners who serves as the first level of appeal process. And at this time, I'll call on our tax assessor, Doris Sumner, to let us know if she has any appeals at this time.
Okay, thank you, sir, and good morning, all. As you said, we are now in the Board of Equalization and Review in compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-322. The Nash County Board of Equalization and Review will meet to hear upon request any and all taxpayers who own or control taxable property assessed for taxation in Nash County with respect to the valuation of such property. And we do have one appellate this morning that would like to appear before the board regarding their assessed valuation. And the appellant is here. I believe I see Ms. Wilson.
Would you mind reminding us what we learned last equalization and review of the steps that we're getting ready to go through?
Yes, sir. You will hear from the appellant on their view of what the value, what they think their value should be, and then you'll also hear from the tax department or the appraisal company on how we arrived at the value. And the board does have an option to increase, decrease, or leave that value the same. And you also have the option, if we need more time to study a property, that we can do that as well.
Is it your intent this morning, after this one, we're going to close the equalization review, or we're going to hold it open and delay it for
Our intent is to hold it open to hear some additional appeals that may come forth
That are in the
from
process.
that are in the process, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Clearing that up.
All right. So I would just a moment.
I think last time we determined it's best to let the
Appellant go first.
Go first, and your staff will address where you're at and why you where you are.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So what I would just like to do right now is give you the property location that's under appeal. This appellant is Nadella and Robert Wilson. The property under appeal is located at 3105 Greystone Drive, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, and it is parcel number 044392. It had an original assessment of $422,180. It is currently assessed at $348,720. It had a previous assessment of $210,070. So the value under dispute is the $348,720. This appellant has 3 total properties that are under appeal today. So I'll go ahead and give you the second properties with the values as well.
Would you mind repeating the first values? I thought we had it before, but I need to write those numbers down.
Yes, sir. The original assessment, $422,180. It is currently assessed at $348,720. And it had a previous assessment of $210,070.
Okay, thank you.
The second property under appeal is located at 1016 South Franklin Street in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Parcel number 024689. The original assessment was $43,000. It is currently assessed at $31,770. And the previous assessment was $14,520. The value under dispute is $31,770, which is the current assessment.
Okay.
And the final property under appeal is located at 544 Paul Street in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Parcel number 029563. The original assessment was $271,570. The current assessment is $214,430. It had a previous assessment of $47,380. And the value under dispute is $214,430. I would like to just say that on this property, 544 Paul Street, there are 8 residential properties on this parcel.
Okay, thank you.
And those are the parcels, and I do see Ms. Wilson, Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, they're here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Mhm.
Wilson, could come up and state your name and address for the record, we greatly appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Nadell Wilson, 3105 Greystone Drive, Rocky Mount, North Carolina.
That distinguished gentleman you have with you,
My husband, Robert Wilson.
Robert Wilson, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to start with 544 Paul Street.
Is that, Doris, the last one that you did? She's starting at 5? Okay,
Yes.
okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, on 544 Paul Street, like she said, it's 8 properties on there. They were built in 1910. They're 114 years old. And when I purchased them at a foreclosure sale, They went, all 8 on the deed, if you want to look at the deed, they came, and they've been like that since 2003. And at the sale, they went for $39,000, which made them $4,875 each. And every year since I've had them, my accountant depreciates them every year. So now I pay $39,000 for them, $20,000 worth of taxes, back taxes on them. And they've been depreciating them every year. Like I say, they're 114 years old. And they trying to take the taxes from 48,000 to 200 and some thousand. That's why I'm appealing it, because I don't agree with that.
Okay.
The properties came, like I say, they came with the deed, and it's been deeded like that. I believe it's a possible mortgage fraud and bank fraud and appraiser fraud. Because I got my, if you want to see it, I have the deeds before we purchased them, and I seen the paperwork where they went in and they got money from the bank, and they flipped them, and they got enough money to make the properties go up to 240, I think they got it appraised at $214,000 now.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Yeah, and I paid $39,000 for them in 2008, and we've been depreciating them ever since 2008. So now they trying to take them to $214,000, and nobody's paying it for it, because when we purchased them, they was $4,875, and I have some addresses now around that property where they selling for $8,000, $10,000 now, because no investors want to give any money no more than that, because they're 114 years old. So they don't want to give you no more than that, $10,000 now, and seeing some of them are flipping them, so they get more because they fixing them up and they doing more to them and redoing them, re-renovating them and all. But these are 114-year-old houses. So that's why I appealed it, because like I say, we've been getting them depreciated every year. And so I don't agree with the 200 and some thousand. I still think it needs to be where it is, because we're trying to sell them too. That's why I know we hadn't been able to get anybody to go over $10,000, not even $10,000 for a 114-year-old house. And it still has the original boards and everything still on them.
All right. What
And,
next one you gonna go to?
I'll go to 1016 Franklin. I got that one in a foreclosure sale as well. I paid $3,500 for that one. It was at a foreclosure sale as well. It came too with a possible mortgage fraud and bank fraud. It came too, but it was at the courthouse steps sale, so I purchased it there. It was $3,500 when I purchased it in 2008. And my account been depreciating it every year as well. And I have pictures and prompts, the neighborhood houses, $3,500 sold for, $5,000, $6,000, $8,000. That's what they're selling in these areas in the hood. That's what they're selling for now, because they're old houses. 1016 Franklin. Let me get it. It was built in 1950. So it's like about 74 years old. 74 years old. And my account been depreciating that one as well every year. He depreciated every year. And so in the neighborhood, I got prompts on that one with houses around at $3,000, $5,000, $6,000. They have not sold them. So if you sell them, they can then, I can see them putting it up, because according to the according to, when he's saying Article 13, 105, subsection 105-283, true value shall be interpreted as meaning market value, that is the price estimated in terms of money at which the property would change hands between a willing and financially able buyer and a willing seller, neither being under any compulsion or to buy or to sell, and have both having reasonable knowledge of all the uses of which the property is adapted, and for which it is capable of being used for purposes of the section and acquisition of any interest in land and entity having the power to eminent domain with respect to the interest acquired shall not be considered competent evidence of true value and money for compatible land. That's what, when I looked up the Article 13, 105-283, Uniform Appraisal Standards, that goes for, you got a true value when you got two people coming in, a seller and a buyer, an agreement. It doesn't matter what the property tax is. If they want to buy it, it doesn't matter. So why you want to put the property tax up with somebody else just sold their house for, or somebody over here just sold their house for, and they're not even looking at the property value? Because I got prompts here too where the tax was assessed one thing, but the seller and the agreeor came on an agreement and they paid more for it. Then I got some that came in less, so I have that if you want to see those copies as well. That's why I don't agree with that, because like I say, I told you when I paid for it, and then my accountant been depreciating it every year, and so that's why I don't agree with that price. And then I got prompts in the neighborhood, they still have $3,000 house on the deed what they paid for. They still been assessed at the same thing, but now they want to go up on this since I just purchased this house in Greystone in January of 2023. That's the next one.
And what is that address?
3105 Greystone Drive.
Okay. Go ahead with that one then.
Okay. On first thing, they saying, it came in a foreclosure, okay? And it came in at $51,000 was the come-in price for it, okay? This one here was the same thing with investors and possible fraud, mortgage fraud and bank fraud. So it came in at $51,000. So they did some possible bid rigging, and they got it up to $252,000. Okay, so they've been assessing the taxes at 210,000? I mean, 210,000.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm gonna show you what I have on that too as well. Let me get that.
Would you clarify what you meant by it came in at $51,000? What does that
At the
mean?
sale, the house at 3105.
Right.
At the sale.
It brought-
was $51,000.
Okay.
That's where it started, at 51,000.
But it didn't sell for that.
No, because, like I said, there's a lot of scams going, and I didn't know it at first. That's why I got all this paperwork, because I've been doing research on it.
Right.
Yeah, it came in, the courthouse said it was $51,000.
Right.
That night, somebody upped it $50,000 that night, and then they sold 50,000 here, 25,000 there, till they got it at 252,000.
So it ended up selling for $252,000.
Yes, because
Okay.
the owner house, possible fraud, because I have documents where they went to the deeds office and did fraudulent paperwork. I have copies of that too, where it's been fraudulent paperwork, and they just changed things around and then put it in the sale. And so they end up with $194,000 surplus money. So it wasn't just a force put out of a house, because they had not one. That's why it went from 51,000 to 252,000, because it was residential fraud for profit and gain. So they end up with $194,000 after the $31,000 was paid off the credit for it.
And you're the person that bought it, that sale for
Yes.
$252,000?
It started at 50,000. We paid 252,000 for it. That's what I'm saying. So they walked, the people that was in the house, owned the house, they walked off with $194,000 surplus money. So one, there's just no house, you couldn't afford to pay your rent. of your pavement, it wasn't like that, what they have here. It wasn't like that. They end up with $194,000, and they took it off and just went with it. That's what I'm saying. They're not checking it. And then this house, this is how it looked when we bought it. It's all growed up and everything. They never reduced the taxes. They left it at 210. This is how it looks. It's all growed up. The trees growed in the house. We've been taking trees out the house, fixing, trying to get it straightened out. And now they want to come, first they said 400-some thousand, now they're saying 300-some thousand. We just getting there trying to get it straightened out. But it's all growed up. This is what it looked when we bought it. That's why it was cheap like that, because this is what it looked, the whole neighborhood looked better. This is what we working with now. And so now they're ready to come by, and that's why I said we've been agreed by it, because we have a color coming in the neighborhood, and it's been this low all this time, and I got prompts on other houses in the neighborhood where other people living, and they taxes not near as high as they trying to take this house to net right now. That's why I'm appealing it.
Right.
Because it's not, it's just agreed to us, and I don't agree with it. And I have paperwork if you need to see any of them on any house.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Before we leave, any commissioner have a question of the applicant for the appeal? Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate your time. Have a blessed day.
Staff report?
Our staff report will be presented by G. Roundtree Appraisal.
Okay. Do we need to get them to state that this is over, or just let them leave? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Roundtree.
Hey, board members, Mr. Chairman, glad to be here. I'm a paper guy, so I'm going to hand you one. Okay. Thank you. This is just going to be in reverse order. We're going to start with the house located at 3105 Greystone Drive. And we've got pictures of the house. And as the little matrix I did, we've got the three properties. They're called Subject 1, 2, and 3. And then I've got sales, 6 sales on the first one, 3 on the other one, and 6 on the other one. And we've got pictures of all these. But the subject, our concern is we want the current value of 1,124, and the property, Ms. Wilson's property located 3105 Greystone. The matrix is a very simple one. Basically, it's the sales price divided by the square footage equaling the per square foot price. On that subject number 1, this house was built in 1995. It's got 3,257 square feet. The foreclosure sale was 252, 125.23, which equals $77.37 per square foot of the sale price. We've got a value of $348,720, which is about $107.06 per square foot. We've got sale number 1. These are all sales that are in the neighborhood. That's another picture of the house. It's of 3105 Greystone. Okay, this is sale number 1, which is 440 Stillwater Drive. Has a basic square footage price. It sold for $395 and 10,623 of $137.77 per square foot. Sale number 2 is 2913 Greystone Drive. It sold for $134.10 per square foot. Sale number 3 is 117 Southwick Court, sold for $132 per square foot. 109 Southwick Court, sold for $124 per square foot. And sale number 5, 100 Whitby Court, sold for $105 per square foot. And sale number 6, wait a minute, let me get it, I think I got it. That's Whitby, and this is Scarborough Lane, for $130 a square foot. Basically, these houses and the, we've got a big neighborhood map here that shows every house that we've got taxed. This house, 3105 at 348 is the lowest house in the neighborhood of Greystone. And we adjusted it for those reasons. Mr. McCoy, the chief appraiser, he put all these sales together for me, so I'm just presenting the data. But we also requested to do a in-house review, and we were denied that request. So we did not, we just, everything you're looking at is from the outside. We get, the previous sale on this house was in 2000 for $345,000. So that is all the information I have on this one. Are there any questions about 3105 Greystone?
Would you repeat that last statement you just said?
The house sold in September 12th of 2000 for $345,000. So the $252,000 was a foreclosure. We don't consider that a arm's length transaction in the tax business.
Gotcha. All right. Ms. Sumner, do you want us to, I think it'd be less confusing to deal with each one at a time. Is that okay with you? Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Roundtree on this one? Mr. Darrington?
You say you weren't allowed to go inside?
Mr. McCoy contacted them, and we were, if they had anything, anybody that appeals, we usually, if they have something they want to show us as far as damages or things on the inside, we would be glad to go in and see these things. Now, there is in Zillow, there are some pictures of this house, and, we looked at those, but still, we usually, before we come up here, we usually like to thoroughly examine the subject properties.
Okay. Other questions of Mr. Roundtree? Mr. Roundtree, unlike your previous, the previous meeting we had of the equalization review, you seem to have houses that are located right in the same neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Which is much better than what we had before, which they were in different parts of town of some kind.
Right.
So this is almost the ideal situation, is to have this many sales in close proximity to the house that we have under question today. Darcy, if you could remind me, please, what we do now is we as a board just decide whether we're going to agree with it, not agree with it, or reset it.
That's correct. Increase, decrease, or leave it as it is.
Thank you. I know you said that previously. I just want to make sure we get it right.
Ms. Wilson was asking if she could address the board again.
I have pictures of where he is not on our street. The pictures he have, they're not on our street. They're in another area where people fix their houses and they selling them. They're not what we have, what we working with, and not on our street.
Yeah, I realize they're not on your street, but they seem to be numerous ones up in the same neighborhood based on the map that he showed us here.
But he picked out 3 houses just sold. He don't show y'all the other houses hadn't been sold and they still sitting there 20-something years old and they've been maintained. This house is the worst one in the neighborhood. He hadn't showed you any of those pictures. He have not showed you any addresses in this area. than where the house is. These are other, this is other areas, and I have pictures, I have comps where I've written down, and the taxes where they've been steady, and the people that's been living in those houses since 1995, 2000, they're not nothing high as what he says in this house is. I have those here.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we have, that map is the map that I had here, but I didn't know and that's got all the sales and all the tax values of all the houses that are in the neighborhood. And these houses are all in the neighborhood. We got one on Greystone Drive, which was her address. But but this is all the same neighborhood.
Right. That's what I'm seeing. Okay, what's the board pleasure on this particular one?
The one,
Take notice that the value that is now set is equal to $107 per square foot.
Mr. Chairman, it appears that our assessors have been very fair in their appealed value to this homeowner and to this site based on the information presented.
Okay.
For that reason, I would support their recommendation for their appealed value at $348,000.
All right, other comments? Seeing no other comments, I'm going to take.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, ma'am.
just hypothetical, if this house were not bought in foreclosure, what would you say would have been the selling price if it was sold outright?
Well, we figure it would be at least, the tax value, or, we get bombarded a lot of times with stuff from Zillow and Redfin and Realtor.com, and I can tell you what they have, the value they have on it, if you're interested in. And I know we don't consider that like an appraisal, but they take all this data and analyze it too. In Zillow, they have this house valued at $413,000.
Yeah, I see.
Redfin, $569,000. Realtor, $440,000.
And he stated that it last sold many years ago at $345,000. Yes, ma'am. 2,000, I think he said.
Can I show my pictures too?
Pardon me?
I said, can I show my pictures? I didn't get to show them, I just told you about them. I actually did want to look at it. I have comps as well in the neighborhood. It's $200,000, $215,000, $220,000. My neighbors' homes are. They're not over $250,000, some at $3,000, some two something. So he didn't show you any of those. He just showed you the one that just sold, that somebody just rebought them and then refixed them up. He just showed you those 3 pictures, because I have those copies too. But I have other copies in the neighborhood that's not as high as he's saying that they are. He just picked out the few that just sold now, but there's plenty in there that had not sold, and the assets is different and it's cheaper than what he's showing.
Well, ma'am, we would have to depend on recent
Okay,
sales,
well, I
is what we would have to depend on, not old sales.
I have an option of killing. I don't agree with that. Kill it.
All right, I have a thought. Any other comments before I call for the motion? I'm going to take, Ms. Leggett, if it's okay, it's your statement as a motion.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. That motion carries and accepts the value at what the staff recommended, which is $348,720, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Okay, all right, we'll move to 1016 South Franklin Street.
Yes, okay. Yeah, and that's the subject right up above there.
That's amazing.
And let's see, that, it's got 834 square feet built in 1950, and we have a present value of $31,770. We've got three comparables that are in the area. I noticed a lot of times you see this 1910 on a lot of these properties.
Yes, sir.
That was probably just a guess somewhere along the line. Don't have any idea when some of these houses were really built, but it's a standard that was put on back, I don't know how many years back as far as the revaluation is concerned.
You said it was built in 1950, though.
Yeah, that one was. We do have a date on the subject. The first sale was this right here, 1000 South Franklin Street. And we had a sale on 12822 for $30,000, which equals about $23 a square foot. Sale number 2 is 1004 South Franklin Street. We have a sale for $25,000 that sold for $24.23. And the last one is 608. And we're going to skip this one there. That's a modern one. 608 Chester Street that sold for $40,922.23, about $42 a square feet. And
Ma'am, let me let him finish, and then I will, if you got something relevant that I can take, I'll be glad to hear from you.
so that's what we come up with, 31,000, that compares to these three sales that we have. And we did not go in this house. We didn't go in any of these houses.
So do you have before you there what the square foot price is based on what you've set it at?
Yes, sir.
3809.
Yeah, 3809.
3809.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Roundtree?
No, sir.
Questions from the board members of Mr. Roundtree on this item? When I saw the house, I was a little amazed. It has nothing to do with what's going on today, but I actually moved into that house in 1955 and stayed until 1958 as a very young kid. I remember the address when it was said. Ma'am, did you have, so I won't be very fair with you, did you have something else you wanted to say that we can use?
I do. I have pictures too. The house he's talking about on Franklin Street, it's the smallest house on the block. It's only one bedroom. These are larger homes. The house that I have that he's talking about, it's only one bedroom and one bathroom.
The one that you have, what do you say? The 1016 is only one bedroom?
That's all. One bedroom and one bathroom.
Okay.
And the square
I'm gonna
footage,
keep my
did he tell you the
memories
square
to
footage
myself.
on it? Let me go back to it. Did he tell you?
Yes, 834 square.
That's all. It's a one bedroom, one bathroom house, and he comparing it to those. Look at the square footage on the one that's on the screen. What is the one on the screen? What is the square footage on it?
The Chester Street's 937.
How much square foot?
936.
900 square feet?
Yes.
Okay, how many bedroom bathrooms in it?
Typically,
It's on your paperwork.
yeah, I'm not sure, I don't have that card here, but it usually one bathroom, probably two bedrooms.
It's not as small as mine, sir. It's not as small.
Well, understand, ma'am, he's calculating on a square foot basis, so that should equalize what his numbers are.
It's the smallest house on the block, sir. A small one.
I fully understand that. Anything else, Mr. Roundtree?
That's it.
Any other questions? Mr. Belfield?
Did she say she's gonna rehab that house?
I didn't hear her say that.
It needs done now. That's what I'm saying. We have them where we get ready to work with them. because they're old houses. Like I said, these are 100 and some houses he's talking about. These are brand newer houses. They're younger homes, rather. They're younger homes, they have worked on them, and they're reselling them. So he's coming and trying to do our home with houses they already done fixed up and selling. They've sold them before. The house he talking about in Greystone, didn't nobody buy that. One person bought that house. The deed said it was changed for $10, but he said it sold for $300 and some thousand. That's what the deed and the deeds office said. It sold for they changed him for $10. But he said it sold at
Let's
$300.
stick to the one that we're currently working on, which is
Okay, but this was the
1016.
same thing. It's the same thing. They've been doing scams with it. Nobody want to listen to me. They got fortified documents. They have, I have paperwork where the banks have lost money because that's why they was at foreclosure, because the bank lost money. And so nobody's checking on all these foreclosures, this fraud, that's been possible fraud. They've been tapping with the, I got some copies of the deeds here where you can tell where they went in and changed the deeds.
Mayor, let me just say, I understand what you're saying, I don't doubt it a bit in the world.
Well, I just appeal.
But this board is charged with agreeing with them based on how he went about it. If there's fraud involved in all that, we don't get involved in that,
You know
can't
what
get
I'm saying?
involved in that.
But
so-
we do have a subsection that I can go by whenever you're selling a house.
I understand, but that's not what we're here this morning for.
But he's trying to say it's worth more than it is.
And that's the only thing we can rule on is what the staff says it's worth, based on what the statute says. And then he gives us his investigation and his comps, and then we have to base it
So
on
can I
that
give you
only.
my comps too?
Are you gonna bring in fraud stuff and things of that nature?
No, it's gonna show you what I need to show you. Just like he got pictures and things up here, I can put mine, let you see mine too. Because I've written mine out. He got pictures, color pictures, because he's on a state employee. So I have pictures of mine. I don't have it more professional like his is, because he got machines right here he can use. But I have them written out. Everything that you need to see about it, I have the deeds and everything if you want to see about. That's another picture what you're talking
In
about.
fairness
fraud.
to you, show us 3 or 4 of your copies.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me go back to that. Oh. Hold on, give me a minute, I'll get it. Here's some from Greystone. This is the, what it is. And then I got, that's for Greystone. Which one is he working on, Greystone, or which one is he doing? Franklin Street?
no, we're talking about the
That's
one on
Greystone.
Franklin
Let me give
Street.
me those back. Get. Thank you. Let me get it. 1016. Do I have a folder over there? Do I have another folder? On Greystone, I mean, on Franklin Street. This is something.
So you've got comparable sales to property on Franklin Street, that's what you want to share with them?
Yeah, I can get it to it, get to it. Yeah, can you give me a few minutes? 1016 Franklin was sold twice before I got there. And then where the deed at? Well, that's what I said, I don't have, city owns everything, but the picture thing, I don't have one at home, but I written mine out.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as the deeds are relative, property you're talking about? How much is sold?
That's what I'm saying, I have addresses for those that I've written out. I don't, that's what I'm trying to tell you, I've written mine out, and it's got everything, here's 1016 Frank, these are the addresses, all you have to do is pull them up, they got here, that's what mine is.
Those are the addresses.
Yeah, this is 1008 South, 1008 South Franklin. This one here is 1024 South Franklin. That one there is 1012 South
Okay,
Franklin.
where's your sales information? Policy of property taxes, his assessment. And what?
Right here, assessed at 10,850. That's what that's assessed at 2022.
The tax base will be based on what property is sold.
It hadn't sold since, that's what I'm
So
telling you.
that's how he sets value. He looks at comparable sales, so he has sales information on properties comparable to the property you.
This is what I have right here. The ones he has, this one he had just sold. Okay, this in the,
He set the value based on sales.
I understand that.
On recent sales,
Recent sales, correct.
most recent sales we can
This
find.
information is all basically tax history and assessment.
No, it's got sales here too. Where they, like some of them, they offered to buy, they didn't sell them. They listed them and they didn't sell them, if you can read these
Okay,
here.
I'll put this on the screen.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, are you going to talk about these any?
Yeah.
So you can go forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so where we started out is which property, you want to talk about this one first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let me see which one.
That's what's on
This
the
one
screen.
here.
Yeah.
This is 1016, I mean 1010.
1008 South Franklin Street.
Mm-hmm.
3-bedroom, 1-bath, 948 square feet.
That's one to compare to there, and it was built in 1961. They have it, what year they was built. And it sold for $10,850. It only sold one time.
Okay.
The people still there.
Right.
It only sold. Because I broke down, this here sold at 2008. It sold for $3,500. It hadn't been sold since then anymore.
Right, so that would help you establish value in 2008. We're trying to establish value in 2024.
It's still the same. There's nothing changed about it.
Yeah, but the sales, you need to have, the board is going to look for recent sales,
Well,
not sales that were 16 years ago.
then I'll bring some more pictures back with it then.
It'll help if you have sales that are more current than 2008.
Well, then I'll peel it then, and I'll bring some more sales back to you, since
Are
I know
any
what
of
you
these,
want.
do any of these have recent sales?
I don't see any.
No, that's
sales
what I'm
on
trying to
this.
tell you, nobody's selling them, they're just going down. That whole neighborhood, so he going to another neighborhood to put over in this neighborhood. These houses around here, this is the houses around them. That's what I got, they hadn't been selling it, the people not doing anything with them. That's why he assessing them at that price, because they're not selling in this area. He's in an area that with the houses are, but he in another area where they selling,
Miss
not
Wells,
even in this area. So I just appeal, and then
Let me
when I
get you-
come back, I go back around and then I bring pictures then what you do.
Okay.
Because I don't agree with it.
I want you to understand that what this board has to do is base our decision on recent sales as close as staff or our consultant in this case can find to this location. And it certainly has two more on South Franklin Street and one on Chester Street, which is not far away, and they are,
And they just did, that's what I was saying.
they're recent sales.
They just, that's what I'm saying, they just went in and renovated all the whole house. That's what
Right,
I'm
but
saying.
that's what we have to base it on, recent sales.
I'll find something that's not as, like what he has that I know that's cheaper, that just sold and they not like that.
Okay, well, you would, all right, understand that. Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure to board on this one.
Mr. Chairman, I move we accept the tax value as represented by the staff.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to accept the tax value as given to us by the staff, which is $38.09 a square foot. I have a second on that motion by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries as well. Mr. Roundtree, if you'll go to the last one, which I think is 514 Paul Street.
The last one's subject is, 544 Paul Street. Now, this encompasses a whole city block, 210 by 260, about a 1.83 acre piece of land. It's on Paul, Beeman, and Looper Streets, which is basically goes all the way around. There's 8 houses on these. I'll go through the 8 houses on the screen. And we've got a value of $214,430. The land value on this is $26,090. So I didn't tell you exactly, these 8 houses averages about $23,542 per house, some different. So these are the houses, 554 Paul Street, 552 Paul Street, 548 Paul Street, 544 Paul Street, 1306 Looper Street, 1300 Looper Street, and 509 Beeman Street. I think that's the last one. And 511 Beeman Street. We've got the sales that we've got for this area is sale number 1, 813 South Franklin Street. That house right there sold for $30,000, 10/11/22 for $22.48 a square foot, 1,334 square feet. This is 2923 South Church Street. About the same square footage, 1,335, sold for $30,000, 8/24/22 for $22.47 a square foot. 1127 South Church Street, sold for $33,000, 7/25/22 for $24.49 a square foot. 1609 Davis Street, sold for, it was 816 square foot, sold for $20,000, 12/5/22 for $24.50 a square foot. $230 Dowdy Street, sold for $30,000, 8/4/22 for $32 a square foot. 226 Dowdy Street, sold for $25,000 for $29.20 a square foot. Like I said, these 8 houses are, we basically looked at the exterior of them. I know a lot of them are, I think, maybe not rented at this particular time. Mr. McCoy, give me that information. So, but that's the value we feel like is comparable to the sales that we have.
And what is that square foot value, what you got it set at now? 14? If you have that with you.
1110.
Yeah, it's, let's see. We've got 8 different houses, so they're different square footage prices.
It's the Paul Street house you're speaking of?
I guess I'm looking at the total,
Yeah.
if you add them all, the 8 houses together.
Zillow says 1,110 square feet.
I don't really go with Zillow. Do you have that available?
Let me, let's see, I don't have my calculator right here. We've got, let's see, you got, just about the,
What we got? You got individual square footage?
yeah. Let's see, so 1110, 978, 896,
Yes. Yes.
1304, 1352.
52?
Yeah. 1004. 976. And 11160.
11,160? No, 11 what?
11160.
That can't be right. It's not 11,000 square feet.
Yeah, 1,160.
1,160.
Yeah, well, maybe the extra
Total
one.
square footage, 8780.
Okay. Divided by the, okay, subtract from 214, 430, subtract the land.
214, 430 minus land
26,
is
2609.
26. All right, 188, 340. Divided by 8780.
Yeah. Let me phone back in the office.
$21.45.
2145?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a lot of help, thank you.
That's it.
Okay. Questions of Mr. Roundtree on this one? And what they just calculated was that if you take the 8 houses, square footage that they had, subtract the land value from the 214 that he currently has it at, it would give you $21.45 per square foot of the 8 houses combined. And what I'm doing is comparing that to the per square footage of the comps that he has on the sheet here for your information, but that's just the way it helps me most to determine where we're at. So if there's no questions, pleasure of the board on this one. Yes, sir. Okay. He showed pictures of the property.
She still had a picture she wanted to show.
Oh, that's fine. We're gonna be just as fair as we know how.
They still have original boards on them from 114 years ago. Those were the same boards, and they got 10 top, same side, the same boards they built them with in 1910, the same boards.
Mr. Roundtree, you say that I'm doubting all of them built at the same time. That's just some common denominator that they use when they don't know, I guess.
I gather that's what it is.
Okay.
But it usually it gives it the maximum depreciation in the system.
I see. 110 gives them the maximum depreciation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
What's the value of the property without you have a property value, a land value?
Land
He said $26,090 is
Right.
what he gave us earlier.
And that's basically a whole city block. I mean, it encompasses the,
Sure.
that 210. Yeah.
Right. Ms. Wilson, you're standing. Is it something else you wanted to say?
What he's saying, you're going with everything he said. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm just saying, these houses were built in 1910. They have not did anything. The same boards on it they did in 1910 is still on these houses. Still. So I don't agree with him trying to put them at $200 and some $1,000 and only pay. I just don't agree with it. I don't know. He's showing you houses that's younger than these houses, and they have already fixed them up, and they selling it as somebody, a seller and buyers coming in agreement on. We have not sold these houses. They're the same houses for 1910, same boards. And he trying to make them for 2 and some thousand, and they've been 48,000. And he trying to flip them from 48,000 to 210,000. That's why I disagree with it.
Ma'am, I fully understand that. I don't want you to think this board's not listening to you.
Yeah.
But this board has a very fine set of guidelines that we have to follow according to general statute in making our determination. And that's where we have to work at.
I understand that.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I come here. This is another appeal. I just appeal.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want you to understand, but he's just giving you one side, that's all. So,
Well, that's what we're
because he
here
works
to
for
do.
you all. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure of board on this one.
Mr. Chairman, I move we accept the proposed values as presented by Mr. Roundtree.
All right, I have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Outlaw to accept the value of the staff, which is at $21.45 a square foot. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
Aye.
Did anybody oppose other than Ms. Wilkins? Motion carries on a 6-1 vote. Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. All right, what else we have, Ms. Sumner?
Okay, that is all the appeals that we have for today, but we would like to request that the board recess the Board of Equalization until June 17th at the next meeting, so that we have an opportunity to hear any appeals that were filed timely during the informal process.
Does this process have to be completed in this fiscal year? I generally try to hold that meeting
Just a calendar year.
calendar year.
Yes, sir.
So are we okay to carry it to our July 1st meeting? Our second meeting in the month is generally held for certain items.
Okay.
But if you need it to be, that's going to be fine. And staff,
And we can work, we
Mr.
can,
Manager, leave me on that, but you know how we like to do our second meetings of the month.
Correct, yeah. I mean, if we have through the calendar year, we'd prefer to have it the first meeting of the month, July 1st.
okay.
And it doesn't prevent you from finishing up the budget, so it's just going to be a minor adjustment somewhere anyway. Okay, I think it would be better to carry it to July the 1st, because this,
Okay.
we saw this morning, this can take quite a bit of time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so you're asking that recess, and I got it.
Yes, sir.
I'll entertain a motion to recess the Board of Equalization and Review to our first meeting in July, which is July the 1st. Have such a motion? Moved by Commissioner Belfield. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for all your work, and the Wilsons, thank y'all for being here this morning. I do hope you leave understanding that we have guidelines we have to follow, and we try to do that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, I've had a commissioner ask for a 5-minute recess, so we're gonna take a 5-minute recess, and I promise you it won't be any longer than that. We'll be back to try to move the agenda along. And we finished up item number 11, and we finished up the item number 17, which had a designated time of 11 p.m. this morning. And we are now on item number 12, which is the service weapon award request. Are those people all present? What did you get, Mr. Boone?
I need 15 minutes.
You need 15 minutes? Okay, I'll move on down through item number 12, number 13, and number 14, and I'll move to item number 15, which is now, I'm assuming you were asked by the sheriff to give him 15 minutes to get back up. Okay. All right, so we're on item number 15, which is monthly tax report, and I'll call back up Doris Sumner at this time. Good afternoon now.
Good afternoon. At this time, I'd like to present the monthly tax report. As you all know, this report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes. And if there are any questions on the report, I'll be glad to answer that. I just would like to say that the staff is working very hard to collect the outstanding taxes that we have there. We were running a little bit behind from last year, but we're still trying to maintain that 99%, so we're working very hard.
You're not much behind last year. Any questions on the tax report? Seeing none, it is accepted for the record. And you have the next item, which is tax refunds.
Yes, sir.
Item number 16, so go ahead with those.
All right, yes, we do have a refund for a person. It is for 5 years. There was an error in the square footage for parcel 025217, so they're requesting a refund for that.
All right, questions on the tax refund? Motion for approval?
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Combs.
Moved by Leggett.
I'm sorry. Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Tax refunds are approved, ma'am.
Thank you.
We'll move to item 18. 17 has been taken care of. It is Nash County Detention Facility Addition and Renovation Change Order. Mr. Boone?
Thank you, sir. Been a while since I've had to come to the board with a change order on the detention facility project, but do have a change order for your consideration today, change order 12.
Hadn't been that long, but go ahead.
Well, it hasn't been long enough. I will acknowledge that. This particular change order addresses 5 items associated with the jail project, the most significant of which is related to item associated with the elevation of the ceilings and dealing with potential ligature concerns, and that amounts to $132,073. And again, it's basically because we have a fixed ceiling, have a poured slab ceiling, and once the additional electrical conduit, HVAC, lighting, et cetera, is adding in the renovation, there was concerns about inmates being able to access those items and that causing a potential safety concern. And then there's 4 other items, but again, the total amount, $167,207.41. If approved, that will bring the amount of change orders to date to just over 6.04% of the original contract amount, which, as you recall, was $17,635,435. And there will be a adjustment to the contract schedule of 15 days to accommodate this work. With that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions of Mr. Boone on this item? Was it a design issue, or was it something that was discovered?
It was an element that was omitted from the design, so this is additional work that has to be added, again, because of the constraints with existing ceiling height, particularly in the corridors.
Okay. Other questions?
What was that threshold? You said a change order? Once it go above, once upon a time you gave us that.
Could you repeat the
You gave
question?
us a percentage of the threshold for change orders to not go above a certain percentage. What?
We could certainly set a ceiling on change orders, but then there's work that would need to be done that we could not fund. In this case, the change orders I'm bringing to you are improvements or additional elements to the contract that I believe is needed to complete the project satisfactorily and in compliance with state requirements.
I believe you might be thinking what the manager can approve possibly. There is a percentage or an amount that she can
Amount?
approve. That she can
Generally, it's
approve.
$25,000 change order without bringing it to the commissioners.
Yeah. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Aaron?
Well, kind of, once upon a time, I asked a question. You know, when a contract put a bid in, and when it goes, it might make a low bid, and then if his change orders keep coming back, his bid might come up be more than the other lowest bid. But we had, you gave us a threshold for that percentage.
Generally, I said we like, you know, you could budget for 5 to 10% for change orders. And in a situation like this with existing facility, with the age of facility and the
Right.
complexity of the project and the scope of the project, because we're talking about an $18 million project. You know, we expect there'd be some changes. Certainly, we'd like to see less than the 53, and plus these 5 will be 58 individual items. But we really don't have much of a choice now that we're in the middle of the project.
We understand that. I think you basically said either 8 or 10% going over the projected in the beginning when it gets over that, so.
Yeah, it's
that-
certainly a function of the project, and this is one of the more complex projects.
Yeah. Okay.
Other questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs and Commissioner Arrington.
I let Combs have it.
We'll share it. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is item 19, which is Middlesex Corporate Center Phase 2 Infrastructure Improvements, Sewer, Road, Water, change order number 4. And I'll call on Emily Moore at this time to make this presentation. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. All right, let's see. So Nash County previously entered into a contract with Fred Smith Company for Middlesex Corporate Center Phase 2 infrastructure improvements. At the time Nash County accepted the bid from Fred Smith Company, the base bid was adjusted to remove certain road improvements, specifically 1.5 inches of the initial bituminous surface course for Phase 2 and 1 inch of the final bituminous surface course for the entire roadway, including pavement striping and directional arrows. In November 2023, Change Order 1 reestablished the pay item for the 1.5 bituminous surface course. Change Order number 1 also included extending the bore and jack. Change Order number 2 was in January 2024. It was to remove debris from an old farmhouse in the sewer easement. And then Change Order number 3 added in required driveways for the tank and pump station. So today we have Change Order number 4, which proposes to reestablish pay item for the 1-inch overlay of asphalt on the entire roadway, including the pavement striping and direction arrows. These changes will be required prior to requesting NCDOT taking over maintenance of Middlesex Corporate Parkway. So the recommendation is to approve the Change Order number 4 with Fred Smith Company for Middlesex Corporate Center Phase 2. And you should have a copy of the change order.
We do.
So it is for $354,000, $469.20, and that does include all 3 of those items. So the final 1 inch, the pavement striping, and the direction arrows. And it does not change the substantial completion or the final payment days.
Where are we getting the funds to do this from?
They are currently in the project budget. So the project, we had budgeted funds quite a bit in construction, which Donna actually presents on this specific budget later.
Right.
But in construction, originally, we had over $1 million, and then we got an additional $750,000 from IDF, which freed up quite a bit of Nash County's budget. So we've got money in the budget for it.
Wonderful. Let's see. you two cohorts agreeing with what you said, so that's good. I'm just surprised. I didn't know we had the money for it.
Just do this.
Yeah, I got it. But I am very delighted that we could do this. I was worried the whole time, as Mr. Boone knows, that we keep kicking the pavement down the road like we did Phase 1, and here we are, I don't know how many years later, still hadn't done it, and DOT won't take the road. We need to try to find the funds to do it, which y'all have done, so we can get it in DOT's hands a lot quicker. I'm very pleased with this. Other questions on this item? Seeing none, all in favor, I entertain a motion to approve this.
Make a motion to approve change order number 4.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's a very pleasant surprise. All right, next item is number 20, which is Housing Urgent Repair Program. I'll call on Donna Wood at this time for the next 5 items. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. So I have before you, the first item is the Housing and Urgent Repair Program 2022. It's the request to close out a project ordinance. The 2022 Urgent Repair Program was funded with $125,521 of grant funding from the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency. The program assisted 10 low-income homeowners with crucial repairs that enabled their residents to remain in the home with greater safety and improved quality of life. And again, this is a request to close out this project ordinance.
Any questions on this item? Call for motion to adopt the project ordinance.
So moved.
Have a motion by Commissioner Aaronson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item number 22 is a 2023 Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization Project Ordinance.
Okay. Nash County was awarded $950,000 for the 2023 CDBG NR program by the North Carolina Department of Commerce's Rural Economic Development Department. The program goals are to rehabilitate deteriorated housing or replace dilapidated housing with new homes. Eligible households must be owner-occupied and have a total household income not exceeding 80% of the county's median income. This is a request to adopt a project ordinance for the 2023 CDBG NR program.
So this is a new grant award, and you're setting up your bookwork to do it in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Questions on this item? Entertain a motion for approval of the project ordinance.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. There a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carries as well. Item number 22 is a Middlesex Corporate Center. I just did that.
No, this is actually a project ordinance
Oh, no, I just did it up
associated.
there. You're right. Go ahead, ma'am, and take item number 22. I see what we're doing.
Okay, so we have a project ordinance for the Middlesex Corporate Center Phase 2 Sewer Road Electric. This is the attached amendment for the ordinance is presented to adjust the grant project budget ordinance to reflect the increased grant administration costs due to additional grant funding of $750,000 from the Industrial Development Fund utility account received and budgeted in the fall of 2023, and to move available sewer contingencies into sewer construction budget line. This is a request for a project ordinance amendment.
All right, any questions on this item? Entertain a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item number 23 is a school transition soccer field lights for Southern Nash High School grant project ordinance.
Okay. This project ordinance is presented to set up the funding and expenditures to support the costs associated with the Nash County Public Schools County Line transition and the Southern Nash High School soccer field light available from state grant appropriations for fiscal year 2024. Funding available for the school transition is $2 million, with $1,700,000 considered subrecipient funds to Nash County Public Schools to cover costs for various modifications and logistics associated with the demerger. The funding for Nash County estimated at $300,000 as part of the transition costs are to assist with county costs for school debt service and capital funding for the current fiscal year that was not funded by Edgecombe County as part of the plan for the move to the county line schools. Funding available to support the soccer field lights at Southern Nash High School is $100,000, considered subrecipient funding to Nash County Public Schools. Funding for these projects are available through directed grants from the North Carolina Office of State Budget Management, State Capital and Infrastructure Fund fiscal year 2024.
All right, questions on this item? Just to reiterate what we're doing, to keep it straight in my mind, the $100,000 the General Assembly gave for these lights came to the county.
Yes, they are.
We are just reappropriating it back to the school, or to these schools.
That's correct.
And I fully understand the second one, we got $2 million for the demerger program, and we know at this point that at least 1.7 million of it can be utilized by the school system to do one-time expenditures in preparing those schools that are changing from one grade level to another grade level. It's basically what it looked like they were using the funds for.
That's correct.
And the other 300, we may be making another adjustment on later, once we ever determine how many total kids will be left in our school system for the upcoming year, based on the portion of current expense that we would have to be doing that we are not expecting to get from Edgecombe County, even though they're Edgecombe County students.
Right.
That
And also,
properly
some
said.
of it is part of the capital projects in the current fiscal year.
Right.
The field house that's associated with Edgecombe County, that we were not reimbursed for that.
Correct, that's correct. Yeah, we had some capital projects in the current year that we were getting reimbursed for, that Edgecombe didn't. Everybody understand that it's been a little bit complicated, but I think it's great that we were able to give the 1.7 at this point over to the school system to offset some costs that they've had at several of their schools and getting them ready for next year. All right, entertain a motion for approval of this grant project ordinance.
Make a motion, we approve the project ordinance.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. You have budget amendments. Why don't I let you finish up, then we'll go back to the items with the sheriff.
Okay. I have before the board 12 budget amendments for fiscal year 23-24. The first one that I have is fund balance appropriation. This amendment is presented to adjust funding available to ensure legal fees and county medical examiner service expenditures can be covered through the end of the fiscal year based on current projections. We're requesting $40,000. And again, just to keep in mind, part of our legal fees associated with that were due to some negotiations with the hospital, I think, that we're aware of. The next item is fund balance appropriation. This amendment is presented to transfer fund balance appropriation of $2 million to the School Capital Reserve Fund to set aside funding for the required school grant match associated with the $40 million needs-based grant awarded to Nash County. The required match is $4 million. The fiscal year 2025 recommended budget includes the transfer of the remaining match funding of $2 million. If these funds are made available through other sources such as debt funding, they'll be reimbursed to the general fund as set up through a reimbursement resolution. It's a request of $2 million. The next item is with the workers' comp fund. This budget amendments to budget general fund balance appropriation to transfer to the workers' compensation fund to cover estimated claim payments through the end of the fiscal year, requesting $300,000. And along with that $300 request goes to the workers' comp fund, which is a separate internal service fund. This budget amendment is to increase the budget appropriation from workers' compensation fund claims for payments estimated through the end of the fiscal year, made available from a transfer from the general fund, which was the previous budget amendment. The next item, number 5, is the Fire District Fund Balance Appropriation for Whitakers. This budget amendment makes requested fund balance available to the Whitakers Volunteer Fire Department to be used toward the purchase reserve for a 2,000-gallon tanker. They're requesting their fund balance of $114,685. The next item is Parks and Recreation. This budget amendment makes funds available that have already been collected and sponsorship revenue for spring sports, baseball, softball, t-ball, flag football, and soccer. It's $2,525. The next item is with Fines and Forfeitures Fund. This amendment is presented to budget additional projected collections related to fines and forfeitures and the related submittal to Nash County Public School Board of Education as required for fiscal year 2024. It's requesting an increase of $25,000. The next item is ABC Mixed Beverage Tax. This budget amendment appropriates additional funds for county ABC mixed beverage funds. The request of $90,000 is an estimate based on the annualized collections to date in order to expend the funds as directed by General Statute 18B 805H through June of 2024. It's a request of $90,000 increase. The next item is with the Health Department. This budget amendment is to budget insurance proceeds for water damage to the Health Department Annex Building and appropriate the funding for the necessary repairs. It's a request for $75,950 associated with insurance proceeds. Amendment number 10 is for social services. This budget amendment is to transfer funds for mandated special assistance for adult services available from guardianship funding to cover estimated annual costs that will exceed county budget estimates provided by Department of Health and Human Services. It's an expenditure reclass between two different departments of $22,000, an increase to special assistance to adults, and a decrease in adult service guardianship. Amendment number 11 is for Central Nash Water and Sewer Fund. This amendment is presented to budget additional funding to cover the estimated water purchase costs from the city of Rocky Mount and the town of Nashville through the end of the fiscal year. It's an increase of $65,000 related to water services and water purchases. And the final amendment, number 12, is for Northern Nash Water and Sewer Fund. This amendment is presented to budget additional funding to cover the estimated cost for pumping the Ennis Park lift station, water purchases, water meters, and costs for sewer surcharge fees through the end of the fiscal year as a request to increase $32,000. Are there any questions on the budget amendments?
You have 12 budget amendments. Any questions of Ms. Wood on either of those, Commissioner Leggett?
I've got a question. Back to item number 5. The heading says Fire District Whitakers, but in the expenditure line item, it says Tri-County Sharpsburg.
That was an error.
Which one?
The Tri-County Sharpsburg.
Is it for Whitakers?
It's for Whitakers.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on these 12 items? Ms. Wood, do you know if item number 4, this budget amendment, is the first workman's comp budget amendment we've had this year?
I believe it is our first workers' comp budget amendment, but we try to estimate, it's an internal service fund, and we try to support it through our adjustments to the different departments, but we've had an extremely unfortunate year with our workers' comp payments.
Right. I didn't remember another one. I just honestly felt like it was fairly reasonable based on seeing some of the claims that come through, so not too bad. All right, I'd entertain a motion to approve the 12 budget amendments.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs and Commissioner Bellfield. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. Anything else?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. I'll now go back to item number 12. Call on our Sheriff Keith Stone, and it is a service weapon award request. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invite up. very special moment here. Major Strickland came to Nash County Sheriff's Office in 1997. She traveled through the ranks. We had a promotional system with out-of-county assessors, and the reason we do that is so that they can't say, well, the sheriff picked this one or that. You're going to do it on your abilities. And she performed exceptional and went from lieutenant to major, and I was proud of that moment. Never failed us, worked day in, day out. From any tasks there was, one of the main ones was to jail when we switched over from the chaotic open cells over there to the more secure part of the jail. She oversaw that and did a remarkable job. So I want to thank you for your diligence and what you did over there. And the reason we're here today is to provide her with her firearm, because she'll still need it, because she's still working part-time and doing everything else out here. And I want to thank you for your service, and on behalf of the Nash County Sheriff's Office, this is your issue. Thank you.
I just wanted,
If you have any family here,
I do.
could you introduce those as well?
You want to bring them up for a picture?
Bring them up, whatever you wish to do.
they probably, I don't know if they'll come up.
They've been made mighty patient this morning.
It's my husband, Tim, and my daughter, Casey. She's the oldest, and my son, Parker. And he is, he'll get officially out of the military June 14th, so,
Out of the military, Junior.
the Army.
Okay, great. Please have them come up.
And that's Savannah. She's, she goes to church with us, and she's one of mine. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve, and thank you for this weapon. And I want to say thank you to Sheriff Keith Stone. Throughout his tenure, he's given me many opportunities to thrive, and I think Nash County is the best county around, and I appreciate the partnerships that we have with each of you. And I might pop back up in some form or fashion. So thank you all.
Do fine. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
point of order, don't we have to approve the service weapon?
Yes.
We do. Come on, let them do this, then we'll do that.
Thank you.
Misty, I would invite you to read Scott Rogers' social media post this morning about retirement. He had some interesting words, I thought, to say.
It's a great view.
Did you read his post this morning?
No, sir.
You might want to read that.
Yes, sir, thank you.
So that there is brightness in your future. I think we do have to actually approve this, Sheriff. If you will hold on one moment, I'm going to call for a motion to approve the service weapon request to retired Major Misty Strickland. Their motion to make that award.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield. Is there a second?
Second.
I have 2 seconds, Mr. Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Leggett at the same time. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign, and if you will hold still just a moment, I'd like to say on behalf of the board that we greatly appreciate, and then I'm going to ask the other board members to speak if they like, your time serving Nash County. It is great that you have moved through the ranks like you have. I remember meeting you many, many years ago down at Myrtle Beach, and you probably won't remember this. I met you and your husband, and
Not if it was at Myrtle Beach many years ago.
I met you and your husband, had dinner with you one night down there before. I don't even know if I was a commissioner or not. I may have been, may have not been, I don't know. But on behalf of the board, we greatly appreciate everything that you have done. You have a stellar career, and with that said, I would invite any other commissioner to make any words that they'd like to say as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'd like to say, well, I guess it's been over 20 years ago, I had a home break-in from some juveniles that drove all the way from Maryland or someplace like that and found my place. And anyway, they investigated and they found them in Florida about a day afterwards. They had, but
That seems like yesterday.
yeah, she called them and, well, they called them and I guess they got punishment that they deserved. Thank you for your service. All right.
Well, congratulations on your retirement. I know it's tough out here now with all these criminals having weapons, and they can easily get them, and you got to face them. And to make the number of years for retirement is quite an accomplishment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for your service.
Around our end of the county, people didn't dial 911, they called Misty if they had a problem, you know, so that's how
Understood.
she was.
Misty, I'd just like to say thank you for your commitment to Nash County. You had a great career and wish you all the best in your retirement. Congratulations.
And we saved the best for last. I thank you, Misty, for all you've done. And now I can call you Misty instead of Major Strickland. I appreciate your service to Nash County, but more than that, your friendship during my short term here right now. Well, not short anymore, on the Board of Commissioners. You were a great help. Thank you.
Well, I don't
Thank you, Ms.
know
for
that you
your
were,
service. I wish you all the best. For sure.
got taken care of. Great. Got us all.
Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Sheriff, I think you are up next if you want to stay up here. Oh, if you need a moment, go, whatever you need. And this item, Sheriff, is the item requesting a fixed rate pay for shift, extra shifts.
Okay. I've kind of got that in my presentation that Commissioner Wilkins asked, but what it is,
Are you going to handle that first and then go to the next one?
well, we can handle it all together.
I'd rather keep my agenda straight.
Okay, yeah, for agenda
You'll go with
purposes.
$58 first, and then we'll go to the next item.
Okay. First, the $58 is asked. It was started and then stopped, if I'm correct. Is that correct? The county manager and Jonathan worked with this, and I had heard sometimes back that, well, maybe there's a violation so that exempt employees, that's captains and above, could not receive the funding. So I reached out, probably the most judicial mind in America dealing with law enforcement, and he's our Sheriff's Association president, Eddie Caldwell. He says, find the law that says that we can't do that. I've researched it, asked several places, and there was none. And what we did find out is that under the laws that exist under fair labor is that you can pay what you want to and pay who you want to, you just can't pay less than that. That's where you get a problem at. So we come up with the $58 an hour simply because my members can go out to I-95, US 64, and all these other roads. If you see our law enforcement out there at construction zones, and they're just sitting there, they can watch movies, they can talk on the phone, they can do what they want to, and they're making $60 an hour. So we had it where we were asking less than ranking employees to be able to go out and do it, and we won't get generating any interest in that. But the simple fact is, they can go to these other places and make more money than if we were paying them the existing way we had in our policy here. So she was grateful enough to come up with $58. Now, I don't know if that was stopped by you, Chairman, or the attorney, and don't know the reason that it was stopped, but I had people.
I'll explain that to you when you
Okay, I had people that were signed up to go, and I asked the major here, I said, Major, if you can, give me a breakdown of how many people were signed up to work these events, and let me know how many now that we had to go back and stop this. He said, well, Sheriff, that's easy. He said, most of them have stepped back from doing it. He says, you can look at the whiteout on the paper and tell. And obviously, I understand that. If I can go out to 64, all the work that they want to do, and they can make $60 an hour out there, sitting there with no threat, not having to go to no domestic, not having to go out here and get in confrontations, not having to deal with the public. They just sit there with a blue light on making that. The reason I'm asking it is just as last week, and I will cover this again in my other presentation, I have one shift where I'd like to have 8 people on it. I've got 2 deputies standing, 2 deputies. And I asked to come up here several times to come speak to y'all, and I've been turned down. And I've been turned down, and I've been turned down. I asked for an emergency meeting, and I've got an email, and I would like to pass that out to each one of you. If I may approach.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Would y'all like to read that, or would you like me to have someone to read it?
I'm familiar with it, but it's your presentation, Sheriff, whatever you
Well, it's
like.
your email and the county manager's email. I asked for an emergency meeting, and I'll ask the Board of Commissioners, the rest of you know about this email?
What was your question?
Does the rest of the board know about this email?
I don't recall it.
I'll give you a minute to look over it.
Think you can move on, Sheriff.
Okay. All right. That's the response I get, but I'm 22 positions short, and that's counting my man that is 2 men that are out. One had a car wreck last Friday, and I don't know when he's coming back. I have another one that's had a long injury, and I don't know when he's coming back. I've had one that's involved in a shooting last Friday, and let's talk about that a minute. His backup is nowhere but at this sheriff's office, because they don't have any backup. I'm down to 2 people on a shift, except for what, and we'll talk about what Ms. Wilkins said. And I really appreciate her bringing this to light and standing up and saying, hey, I want you to come talk about it, because I'd asked to come up here, and I got this viral email that we're going to talk about leadership. Well, I can tell you, I don't need to ask the prior 2 sheriffs anything. For one, when I first started in this sheriff's office, I had tenure, education, and training that I'll put up beside any of them, and more leadership than both of them put together. And I have been out here 110% leading and directing my men. And county manager at the time, Z. Lamb, and I think Chairman, you were standing there, he says, I don't understand all these federal alphabets you're doing. I'm used to a sheriff's office that serves their papers and writes a few tickets. Man, I'm not about that. And if you think with the fentanyl that's going on across this country today, the gang activity, the gun activity that Mr. Belfield just talked about, that it's a safe environment. When a man is at his home last week enjoying coffee, his wife's at work, thank goodness she was at work and not him, and a man comes up in their home and house invades that home, we need deputies out there, and we don't need them responding across the county. But when my deputy ends up in a shooting, thank goodness that the Springhope mayor said, Sheriff, we're going to help you with your shortages right in my area. I can't help you in other areas. That Springhope Police Department went there. We've got to offer first aid to these people. And even though he is a felon assaulting a law enforcement officer, when we shoot him, we got to try to save his life. And we got to do what's right. It's kind of difficult to save somebody's life after you've shot them, and you got to be looking over your back for the other 3 people that dropped him off to go do this. It's a bad environment. I don't appreciate the email. That's the kind of response that I've got from this office. It's understanding that we have got to take care of our people in the county. You might not like me, but that has nothing to do with taking care of this county. I'm the sheriff of this county. I was elected by the people to serve the people. I'm trying to do that every day. So on Wednesday, I have a hand surgery, and Dr. Perlmutter calls me and tells me, you're not following my orders. I'm at home. He says, keep your arm in a sling, and your arm's going to be dead for 24 hours. No, rest, ice, compression, elevation. He said, under those circumstances, do not take it out of the sling. Yes, sir. I've got a command staff that ungodly. I love them. They take care of me, and they work, and we'll talk about that in a minute. 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, the next morning when I'm supposed to have it in a sling, I get a call. Your deputy's been in a shooting. Well, the first thing I think is my deputy's been shot. So the first thing I do is feel my arm. I said, well, I got feeling in it. So with feeling in it and the help of my daughter, who's standing back there in the back, I said, hey, help me get dressed. I go to my shooting with my deputy, make sure he's fine, and thank goodness the perpetrator, he's lived, and he's in custody today, and he's probably going to make it through it. It's not in an arm cast. I'm not taking any pain medicine. And I said, well, I'll just go home after this. She calls and says, hey, when are you coming home? I said, after I finish this. Well, then I get a call in the south end of the county of a murder, and the murder suspect's run off in the woods. He's murdered his daddy. So about 10 o'clock at night, I finally make it home, and that's what I do. That's what my men and women do every day. But you have got to give us funding for us to be able to take care of you. I can promise you, and we'll talk about this in a minute, talking about the task forces and things of that nature, and we're going to get into all that. So when the requests come with all these beautiful questions for me to come up here and answer, and I would have did a PowerPoint, but I can't do that with one hand. I said, let me call the U.S. Attorney's Office and see if they're doing what they need to do. One of the top U.S. attorneys in that office, he said, Sheriff, he said, you're doing more than most every county out there. You got to remember, we got Durham, we got Raleigh, we've got Fayetteville, we've got all those. It's the bar to achieve. You're in the top. Our Nash County is making more federal cases than most of these other jurisdictions. And you've got to have your stuff right, and you've got to have professional people. So we've had that. Then we have our patrol guys out here, where we've got limited number of officers, and at this time, I would like my captain to step up here just to give you a snippet of what he's did as a commanding officer taking care of his ship. Just give us a 30-day, if you'll step up, because I want you to get the full picture. This means a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
Point of order, are we still on the
It is. It's on the pay.
hourly rate?
It is, and that's the reason I met this, but how important this is.
Okay.
Sheriff, I think you're here on this item to request a $58 item. I don't think it was scheduled for you to do what you're doing, but I'm not going to stop you from doing it. But the request on this item is $58.
Right.
You got another item after this one.
Yeah, it is. And this is just to let you know, to understand how much he's having to work overtime because we can't get people to sign up. And on your email, as she said, great leaders need great time with DSS, referred back to DSS. If we remember, DSS was shut down by the state of North Carolina. DSS had a fatality. DSS was short.
If you're up here to belittle me, that's not the point.
No,
That's not my email. My email to you was, why don't you consult with the former sheriffs about one item? That's the only thing you got in that email.
Okay.
If you come up here and belittle me, you belittle me enough already.
I'm not
I mean, and it don't bother me, believe me. But I'm telling you, if you want to play this game, it's not gonna be in your favor, because I got a notebook this thick from your former employees that I can come up here and discuss, but that's not the way I operate, sir. I operate professionally, and the way you operating right now is not too professionally to me.
I understand.
But you continue like you want to continue.
Thank you. So asking about DSS and things, being leading
This
by.
is $58 for you. What has DSS got to do with it?
Okay, that's what, the email that was, this is where all this come from the email I got.
The email from me,
Well,
the email from me
the
was
county
one
manager
sentence.
and the email from you. But it was a chain of email. But just let me finish. So I asked, I said, I see the part about DSS. These problems come about when there's not funding. I think there's fine leadership at DSS. I think there was fine leadership over there. But when we're working short, we don't have people in those positions, man, nobody can be a great leader if we do not have those positions and people to go out and do the job. That's where we're at right now with this $58 an hour, and that's the reason it's so important. I will go back to the email. I asked several times for this emergency meeting because we're so short with this, we have got to have this. There's no way that I can keep doing what we're doing if I do not have funding to put that out there. That's where I'm going with it. And what I wanted him to do is just give a snippet of how short he is and what he's having to do, and he's not having the ability to take care of his family and do things because of how short we are. That's building up the reason for the $58. I just don't walk up here and say, I need $58. There's a reason for it. And I'm sorry if you took it out of context.
Jeremy Hardy, I'm over patrol, captain over patrol. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Just to give you a little snippet, I wanted to assure there was a question about lieutenants and sergeants and command staff helping out with the patrol division. I assure you that everybody is contributing to the fill-in for patrol. We're taking it every day. We have to take a civil division, a CID division. We're mostly operating 3 to 5 deputies at a time. I may come in and work 1 week. It'd be 2 days day shift that I work, and then the next 2 days I work night shift. So I really do not have a regular schedule. We're at a critical point. I mean, we're operating from 3 to 5. The day the deputy got into shooting the sergeant, we were down to 2 people that morning, and then when everybody came in, we had actually 4 to 5. But then we end up answering a homicide, which takes a lot of our manpower away. I just want to express that I know there's a lot of talk about being short, and I want to reiterate that we are short, and we are trying the best we can do, and everybody is filling in the positions to try to help out. The problem with the $58, we had to sign up. People wanted a flat rate, which I appreciate y'all trying to help us out with that. But unfortunately, with the 58 gone now, nobody's signing up for it. In order to get the overtime, just for instance, for me, I have to take vacation time to fill in my other time sheet just to come in and do the overtime. So that's a problem in itself. So I just want you to understand that we are trying, and we are at a critical state. I mean, we are operating from 3 to 5 deputies, and that's everybody filling in. And that's me having to fill in nights, days. It's my responsibility over patrol. That's what I signed up for. And I'm going to make sure patrol's filled, whether I have to come in day or night. But everybody at the sheriff's office is chipping in. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So that's the request, and it kind of gives you a feel-in of where we're at with it.
Questions of the sheriff from Board of Commissioners?
Are there any other reasons why you can't get people to sign up besides money? Is that the only reason?
Yeah, money's the main reason. I mean, you got to remember, they've already worked a 40-hour shift, and they can go work part-time and make $60 an hour, other than having to make sure that they meet this 161 criteria and didn't take a vacation day, and that they don't interfere with their existing timesheet. Because obviously summer's here now, and people are going to take time with their families and things of that nature. That's the main reason why they're not going to sign up for it, because we had a lot to sign up for it at the $58. But when you reduce it down to where they can go more to these construction sites and the Cummins Diesel and all these places and make more money, obviously, that's what they're going to do.
Mr. Belfield?
I want to ask this question. Is it a problem in recruiting to fill these positions?
It is.
It is?
And we're going to talk about that with Commissioner Wilkins's thing. I have a very laid-out process with it. Definitely it is. And the biggest recruitment is we'll have a basic school over at Rocky Mountain. And I want you to all know, I know we talk about it, and we've had the discussion before. Well, that's cities and counties or police department and sheriff's offices. They all have to go to basic law enforcement training, same ones. So if there's a pool of 8 or 10 guys that are in the basic law enforcement class here at Nash Community College, Nash County Sheriff's Office, we have several guys that are instructors. I'm an instructor. We'll try to recruit those guys. We'll go to other places to recruit them. But it's difficult to recruit them when Rocky Mount Police Department walks up there and says, hey, we'll start you out at $60,000 a year, and our people are making, what, $10,000, $12,000, $13,000 less a year. So obviously, anybody knows math. You're a young guy, you're trying to start a family, most of them want to buy a car or something. You're trying to do that, then they're going to go to these higher paid places. Professionalism and getting the best of the best, man, we have got to pay to do that and to be competitive. I'll touch on it with a farmer, since it's a farming community, and I'm sure that Commissioner Leggett's better at it than I am. If you get a new guy out here that has the technology to run a GPS tractor, and he knows seed rates and fertilizer rates and how to do that GPS on that tractor, and he comes to you, he's a well-paid individual. Same thing with the certification of BLET. He now is a very marketable person, and especially if he's one of the higher ones in the class. But that's the problem that we're having. We have got to pay to be competitive.
Well, how often do you meet with your staff? I mean, do you have weekly conferences?
Yes, we do. We have probably more than that, because we're always having something going on, just like the day of the shooting, we have that, and then we're leaving that, going to a homicide. We have our meetings, and we're communicating, and all the time. We're always on the phone, back and forth. There's a lot of communication go in with that.
Well,
and as I said, we've got a lot of them. I know it's more than this, but I know we've got in excess of 5 of them that are law enforcement instructors that are at these basic schools instructing. And obviously, they're trying to bring people in, and it's kind of difficult to do when you're that funding behind.
yeah, I asked these questions because I look at Rocky Mount Police Department, where they increase their salaries, and they still have vacancies over there.
They say they do, but every street I turn on,
So
I say Rocky Mount
evidently,
Police
there are a lot of people just don't like the situation that we have in our community, in our country,
I think a lot
and
of
the
you're right.
world, that they just are not going into law enforcement because of the danger out there.
It is very much danger, and I'm gonna tell you, it is very difficult to find people. The number of people in a basic school now, you've hit it dead on the head. They're not there now. You do not see the number of people going in everywhere across America. North Carolina Highway Patrol's 300 short, and it's all over everywhere. And that's why, man, we've got to keep the ones we got, and we've got to do the best job we can at recruiting so that we can get good ones in, because every law enforcement officer right now, and y'all see the large bonuses that are going out where they're doing these hiring bonuses, if y'all keep up with social media and everything. But I think that's a bad idea, because the minute the hiring bonus is over, if the pay's not up there, what are they going to do? They're going to end up leaving. But yes, this world is very different than it was. There is a lot of dangers out there. We've got a lot of stuff going on, and it's a lot more requirement for a law enforcement officer now than ever before. And that's one of the reasons that we're behind and other places behind, but why we've got to get there. But that's why it's so important about this $58, so that I can have my majors and my captains and everybody else that's under me, not me, but all my other people, so that they're getting at least funded for coming out, and that we can hold the line until we get some recruitment. I know you've got a pay study in front of you, and hopefully that'll be fulfilled and that'll bring better, but we got to remember, when we do that pay study, we've got to be competitive.
Well, now I'm going to compare the situation going back when I was working. I really enjoyed my job. I wasn't always happy with the pay I was getting, and I didn't raise a whole lot of sand about it. One thing, I loved what I was doing. I liked it. And I stayed with it for 36 years, and it paid off. And I have people, just had one last Friday who's now living in Georgia, doing well. Saw me stand out there in the yard. He had been up the street to visit his sister. He came back and stopped and said, I just want you to know that you really put me on the right track when I was in 4-H. And I'm doing well. My family doing well. And I get it all the time. I run into some of them. I have forgotten them and didn't remember because I had so many in 4-H. But the key is love your job. If you love it, you're going to stick with it. Yeah, we want good pay. I did too. But what I got, I live with it. I learned to live with it. And did well. And I believe that can happen even in law enforcement. We just got to work at it. And have people to love their job, love what they're doing, not just there. I just have a job to make a little money to live off of. And I'm not saying that some don't need more pay, but I'm just saying love your job and stick with it. Things will work out. It worked out for me. I enjoyed what I was doing, and I'm still happy about what contributions I made to a lot of young people here in Nash County, and how many of them are coming back telling me what influence I had on their life that led them down the path to where they are now, being successful. And I think we can do that in law enforcement too, or any profession. And those things, people love to do what they are doing. It helps with morale and everything. And those within the system can help those who may have a few issues, and that you can help them solve those issues. I'm talking about staff members. I'm not saying all of that burden should be on you, but staff working with one another can be a tremendous influence on those that have issues.
Coaching.
And I recommend that, along with whatever this board decides to do as it relates to pay. Consider those suggestions too.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner.
Other comments?
Just quick, just as kind of a benchmark, Sheriff, just to understand. I'd heard that same number about the Highway Patrol, which has nothing to do with us, but how many total Highway Patrol do they have out there right now? If they're 300 short, how many total do they have that 300 is out of?
Well, like here, just for instance, here in this district here, I think they're like 4 to 7 troopers short. that's work in this county.
But I mean, how many do they have across the state?
I'm not sure how many.
1,000 or
well,
1,200 or?
You've got to look at, I don't know how many of them are in non-essential trooper positions, because they've got so many now that are in federal positions doing trucks and all this type of stuff. And I'm not familiar with the exact number of it, but I speak to the colonel often. He said, man, it's hurting.
Are they doing anything like what you're talking about in order to try to handle that shortage of people that they've got? What are they doing to handle that shortage?
The biggest thing I saw was at the legislature last week, and one of the big things they're putting together is they give a very significant pay raise last year, and their bills going up again, trying to enhance that pay to get it up, because you've got to have these troopers. If y'all riding up and down the road now, these people don't drive like they did.
But in the
15.
short term, because, I mean, the legislature's going to do what they do in their own time, but how are they handling that shortage that they've got right now?
Partnerships, the
Is it
same thing we
overtime,
are.
or is it overtime pay, something like what we're talking about, or?
They're doing Hawks projects and things of that nature. I'm not too familiar with what else that they're doing on those fronts, but, you know, the governor's highway safety teams and things of that nature take a lot of burden off of it that they gave to the counties, like they were fortunate enough to give to us, where they're out doing enforcement and things of that nature. And the other thing is, sometimes they might have to wait an hour or two to have a trooper to get there. I talked to a trooper last week, and working Wilson County, there was a tree down across the road, and called it in, was trying to move it out of the road, and he says, look, I'm the only one working green in Wilson right now. There's shortages, it's critical times, it's a lot going on. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Leggett.
Sheriff, in our agenda packet, the recommendation is to approve a flat rate and overtime during critical vacancy period. Can you provide some more details on that?
Sure.
Because, you know, unfortunately, we just don't have an unlimited pot of funds to work with. And if we were to consider something like this, we would either need something time-specific or budget-specific, whether it be X amount of dollars we'll use up, or, you know, for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever the time period that you see fit.
Right.
Can you provide a little more information?
Yes, I can answer that very easy. One of the things we're doing is waiting for the pay study and for the commissioners to say, hey, where's the pay at, what our pay is going to be, so that we can start a true recruitment campaign. That's one of the things. But now we've got to look at it. State of North Carolina Training and Standards has started a pilot program, and it's going to take, from the time I put a cadet in class, find him, say, oh, you're in class, I'm going to hire you, it's going to take 8 months to get him on the road. So hopefully this board, as I've been saying before, man, I want to be able to pull them from somewhere else, like another department, just as Rocky Mount pulled them from us and Wilson and all these other places. I want to be able to pull those officers from there. So I would like to at least see it that we could run it up until summer is over, and then see where we're at with it. But this is not a very short-term dash that we're doing, because it's going to take time to bring them in and to train them up to that ability. But, you know, the goal is to have 8 on a shift. And where we're at right now is one of them, as I said, we got 2 standing on it, so it's going to take time to get to that. But I understand for budgeting reasons, but we at least need to get through September, and I know that we're not going to be full by then or anywhere close to it, but as we do get people on road, and obviously we'll be able to cut that number of flat rate down, if you're tracking with me.
Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman.
I think Mr. Ashley got first, then I'll get you second, and as usual, I will go last again. I do have some comments to make. Go ahead, Mr. Arrington.
All right. Sheriff, when those deputies go off to, you said those other companies and make $60 an hour, are they on a county vehicle?
They are. And, you know, we've looked at that before, but here's the thing. If we do not handle the crime situation that may pop up, it's called visible patrol. Then we're going to probably be called out there with something more than that, you know, to handle something a whole lot more chaotic than what it is. So they are utilizing the car and uniform and things of that nature.
Mr. Wilkins.
I was just going to say, do you know how many counties pay over the standard Fair Labor Standards Act, which says time and a half?
One of the counties that I really think a lot of and that has their stuff right is New Hanover County. That was the one that we have marketed, looking at how they're doing it. They were at a shortage at that time until they now are making more than Wilmington Police Department. But before, they were having members leave and going other places, but the commissioners voted, and now they're making more than them. But they're the ones that have really set the standard for that. When I was talking to the association, they said, hey, you might want to reach out to the sheriff there. And I did, and that's how we come up with the language and things that we did there.
Because I checked Durham, Wake County, and I believe the other one was Forsyth. All the counties that I know of follow the Fair Labor Standards Act of time and a half. But my point is, Nash County has so many other employees, what, 500 and something, I believe?
See, it'll be about 530.
I just can't see, and I know there's a distinction between law enforcement and protecting those citizens and even the employees. But how do we, I just can't see us telling other employees, no, you're staying at time and a half, but yet we're going to pay a $58 flat rate to deputies in the sheriff's department to work overtime. They get that time and a half if they have to go to court, on whatever, if they have to be in court one day and they've already met their time, that's time and a half. But I would like to think, just as Commissioner Belfield said, that our deputies, our sworn law enforcement, came to the sheriff's department to protect the citizens because they wanted to make a difference. And I would hope that pay isn't the only reason they're going to stay or that they're going to work overtime. I would like to think their heart is in it, and that was what made them first come to be a law enforcement officer. But $58 an hour for them, and then we have all these other employees that are working and basically put their lives on the line too. You never know who's going to walk into a place and we lose their life. So to end that, I say there's no amount of money we can pay a deputy or any employee that would replace them if their life was snuffed out by someone. There's just no amount of money. And so with that said, I don't think, those who are looking for the money, I hate to say, will they ever be happy? Because, like I said, you can't replace them.
Okay, here's the thing. Well, I guess the market drives the way it is today. If they can go out and make that type of money, if they're working overtime, and they can go out and they can make $60 an hour, they're going to go do that. As far as what you're asking about the other, I think we need to go back to look at, I talked to Scotty Parker about it. I think they're paying like double time at the jail in Wake County because they're so short. There's other places that they're doing innovative things to do that because of the shortages that they're in. And though I understand that there is other government employees and stuff, but the market has pushed it to where it is now. I guess these big construction companies found out that, hey, they can go over here and they can make $60 an hour or whatever they have to, and then they don't have to work the 161 hours to make sure that there's not a break in service to make the 40 hours with the work week. If they took a vacation last week, it has no bearing on that. And that's the reason where it is. But some of these other places are paying double time. Look at Iredell County. I think that they had a very lucrative thing that they were doing. And that's just a few of them that I've looked at. But I do know that some places do double time. And a lot of businesses, y'all are in these businesses, private business, they pay double time to do things. And that's probably less, it is less than what we're asking for here.
Other commissioners with comments?
I just, another recommendation came to my mind. I didn't want to monopolize all the time, but the Firemen Association here in Nash County, they had this program, Junior Fireman.
Right.
Where And that might be something that sheriff, or maybe all the way across the state, could do, and have these young boys and girls in a program showing what sheriff do and responsibilities and all that. Could probably help with getting more people into law enforcement.
But we got to have people working to be able to get those things done. And I want to do a lot more than what we do. But obviously, when you got manpower shortages, there's a limited amount of things that you can do. But the cadet programs have seemed to work well in places.
Yeah, one of the things that I found out in any workforce is morale. And if morale is good, I think people would do just like I did. Stick with the job, they love it. It's a nice workplace, nice place to work, and they'll stick there. And so I just think that those points that I brought out would be a big help in the success in any profession.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. I think everyone has spoke. Sheriff, I'll just be frank with you. This is a request that I will not be able to support.
Okay.
I want you to understand why I won't be able to support it. First thing is the cost to the taxpayers. If we pay your deputy $58 an hour, it's costing taxpayers $82.07 per hour to put a deputy on the road when you put the benefits with it. $82.07 per hour. That's been documented by our finance department as.
Sir, that's $58, and it don't have anything to do else with the other part of it. It was just a $58 flat fee and not insurance and things of that nature attached to it.
$58 flat fee, sir, is our payroll. It goes on our payroll, and we have a lot of other things that is tied to our payroll.
Processing and things of that.
Process it equals 41.38% on top of that, so you're down to $82.07 is what the cost to that deputy is to the taxpayers. My biggest other problem, or one of the other problems that I have is I think Commissioner Combs brought it up, or maybe Commissioner Wilkins, maybe, but we have 530 other employees in Nash County. If we were to approve this, I would expect them, just like they did in Rocky Mount, to line up at the door to get the same thing. And if I were an employee, I probably would do the same thing myself. I probably would not, honestly, but I would expect 90% of the people to do that. They had them line up, from the sanitation people to the firemen and everybody else. It's just a precedent that we don't need to set by paying that rate, a flat rate. And that rate is equal to 2.6 times their regular rate for your standard deputy, 2.6 times. And instead of the time and a half that we're used to paying for overtime.
But you understand that these other places are paying it, and that's the reason they're going to go to those other places. I just didn't pull that out. It's the standard that was set by these other places.
I will take your word for that. I don't know either. I'm not sure you know, but it doesn't change the facts that we are affecting all of our employees when we do this. The other thing that bothers me most, or a couple other things, a lot of it bothers me, but one of the key things is we've lost a lot of people, but I try to talk to these people if I know them, and I would dare say 25% of them in your department that left for a pay reason. Most of the time, it's either partly pay and many other things, but it's certainly not all tied to pay. So we got other things we need to work on, other than just to pay, to keep our people here.
Most of them's going to tell you that, but most of them leave for pay, and Major has those numbers. How many of them that have left and wanted to come back in just the last few months and went to other departments? Several of them, majority of them do, and I'm like.
I understand.
And I know people will tell you anything, but they wouldn't want to come back if it was that bad.
I'm not saying it's bad, Sheriff. You are an excellent sheriff. I've said that every time anybody asks me. A team player, no, but an excellent sheriff, yes. But we got to work together, this board, as a team.
Well, I understand.
And that's what we do, and the team includes everybody that works at Nash County. My other issue is, you got the ability to go over there tomorrow morning and fire everybody that works for you. That's something unusual that every sheriff in the state of North Carolina has. You can dismiss them all and stay there by yourself if you wish to. I find it hard to believe that you don't have a way to require these people to work these shifts. You're saying they won't work because they're gonna go make $60 an hour sitting in a car on the side of the road that taxpayers are paying for. They're paying for the gas and everything else. But if they're willing to do that, can you not require a person to work an extra shift if they need to?
Okay, and here's what's going to exactly happen with that. You're talking about morale. When you do that, morale's going to go out the window. And you can make them go do that, and you can make them do it, but as soon as they can find something greener to go to, that they don't have to do that. And let's look at being away from their families. Let's look at the benefit of fitness and image, and y'all all know that means something to me. If they're working 12 hours and then have to come back out here another 4 hours and don't have to go time to go to the gym and work out or have dinner or go town home and be with their family, man, that's a detriment. Let's look at EMS right now. I got a thing this weekend saying that the EMS station in Westmount was closed and the one out in Mount Pleasant's closed. We have got to pay for public service. I did not make the $58 rule, the $60 rule. That's what these large places said, hey, this is what we're going to pay, and this is where we're at. Rocky Mount, when they leave here, they get unlimited overtime over there, and at some point, I don't know all the laws with it. Another thing, we don't have insurance after you retire here in Nash County. No insurance, but I can go to Rocky Mount, I can go to Edgecombe County, you got insurance when you retire. That's making it very difficult. And as I said in this right here, the standard was set by $58 an hour. I did that because these other places is paying $60 for them sitting out here on the side of the road. You know, I understand I'm not doing it. I can make them go do that, but man, you're gonna have a morale issue. You're gonna have officers that are not spending time with the family, because if it's laid out, and my major did a very good job of having a schedule laid out, making sure these guys had rest time before they did that, it's a way to do it. But you know, you got some here, you've got kids with their families, and now wanting to demand them to go do something to work over. You've seen what's happening with the exit of EMS. I would rather pay a little bit of money, try to get us up where we're at, and then go from there. But I just didn't say, well, let's break the bank going to do this. The standard was set by these larger companies saying, hey, we'll pay this to come out here. Some of these places on short staff and lower thing, they pay a whole lot more than that, you know, when they call us at the last minute to go do something. And a lot of it goes down to the money. No matter how much passion you got for it, you got to feed your family and do things. And, you know, you hear the wife or the husband or the boyfriend or the girlfriend, whatever it is, oh, you're working again. Well, at least let them get paid for it. But I understand where you're at, saying, hey, could you make them? Absolutely. But I have never exercised the authority of the sheriff as far as firing anybody. When I walked in that office the first time, even people that didn't support me, I give them an opportunity. I don't play those games. I treat people the way I want to be treated.
I agree with you that you didn't do that we talked about that, and I've told you many times I appreciate you not doing that. I would just use that as an example of the authority you have. And I don't mean make them work. You should have the relationship with your people to fill those positions without having to ask the taxpayers of Nash County to pay $82.07 an hour to do that. That's my request to you, is find a way to make that work without having to do that. And I don't know where this thing ends with this board to approve it, and they may choose to approve it. I get one vote, and I've told you how I'm going to vote, but it's just starting something that I don't know where the end of it would be.
Well, that's the reason I think she asked, hey, when can you do it till? And ask where it is with a budget. You know, we're trying to get that more.
It's a lot easier not to start something than to have to stop.
Well, it was already started.
Well, I agree with that, and I meant to explain that when I first started talking. And it indeed was approved by staff. I found out about it through a statement that was made when I was riding with some staff members. And I asked the question, do you have the right to do that? That was my question to the manager. And she says, well, I guess we'll look into that. And I'm not going to say what she said.
I understand.
You asked her.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But it was looked into and determined that she indeed did not have the authority to make that kind of a raise or that kind of judgment without the Board of Commissioners approval. So that's why it's before the board, is
But
because
we
we're
did
the
the
ones that
same
have to do
thing
that.
with the jail back when Z Lamb was there. We didn't go before the board to do it. He approved that, and that's what we went through.
He approved what?
He approved them to work over, to be paid a flat fee on the transports. You remember when we were having all the transport problems? He did that. It didn't go before the board.
Honestly, I didn't know that until I've heard it recently that he did that.
Yes, he did
And if
that.
he did it, Z-Lamb's not
And it
perfect.
worked wonderful.
And he's not perfect either. If he
No, I
indeed
mean, I
did
didn't
that.
see anything wrong with it. I thought he did a good job by standing up saying, hey, if there's a need here, let's do it. I commend her for what she did.
Well, again, I'm not here to get in a
I understand.
ongoing situation with you. I've just would only ask that you do your best to be a team player with Nash County, and I couldn't support this. I've told you the reasons why. It's too much asked on the taxpayers to pay that kind of money, and it also opens up a gate that we couldn't stop with all the other employees, and I do think you have within your authority to fill the positions that you need. And you talk about 8 people on a shift, you must be talking about another number than what we see on our reports, because it's generally always 5. I've
I
never
said
seen
what we
8.
would like to be is at 8.
Like to be, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And rarely is it under 5. It is occasionally down to 4. I've never seen 3
Well, the
numbers.
reason you don't see it is because we're putting those other people on those shifts.
Sure.
How often are you down below 5? Yeah, we are. We are. I wouldn't be here standing up here going through this if it won't.
But that is what I personally feel you should be doing, is finding those people wherever they're at, and not have something called a flat rate that's 2.6 times what a deputy makes.
But you do understand that private industry is paying that of $60 an hour, and that's the going rate. So metal
Sheriff, it
buildings,
doesn't work for me for you to use that as a reason. Your deputy won't work for you because he's going out there taking the taxpayer's card, sitting on the highway, making $60 an hour.
I'm sure I
That
can
don't
make
get
him
far
do
with me.
it. But as far as being reasonable about it, let me ask you something. If one of these big metal companies come in here and they're charging $300 a square foot, are you going to do 300 square foot, or are you going to go back and say, well, you know something, I made it pretty good at 180, I'm just going to stick at 180? But if the going rate is 300, are you going to do 300?
Would you ask the question again?
If you're building your metal buildings.
Yes, sir.
And the going rate is $300 a square foot, just say that number. All right, are you going to go in there and say, well, I'm going to stay down here at this rate here, or no, I'm going to do what the going rate is because I got to pay my employees to make sure that they don't leave and go to this other companies?
I only work for existing clients, and to answer your question, believe it or not, I would do it at the same rate it takes me to do it and make the profit that I'm used to making, which is in the range of 5 to 7%. No, I wouldn't go to $300 a foot because I could.
All right, so.
And I don't expect you to believe me, but that's my answer.
Well, no, I believe you. So what you going to do about them employees when they're wanting pay raises and they say, hey, I'm going to go over here because they're going to pay more money?
That's why I don't have any employees now.
There we go.
Yeah.
That answered my question.
I don't have many employees now. We chose to get smaller. You can't make that choice. I understand that.
Thank you.
Let me make a comment. It seems like to me we're in a crunch right here because today is June the 3rd. When we meet 2 weeks from now, we're going to vote on a budget. It becomes effective July the 1st. That includes pay raises for all our first responders, all your deputies, everybody. Nobody has compared what that's going to be to what you're asking for. We don't have nothing to, we pretty much know what we're going to vote for, I would assume.
You should have.
That everybody's going to vote for the proposed budget. But to do it now without waiting until a new budget is approved just seems like to me we're playing with 20-some days here that just is out there in the wind.
I would think that you've researched this budget enough, you probably know it by now. And like she said, she says, hey, can we have a cutoff date of it? At least let us get through the summer. That's what I'm saying. Look, these kids, y'all don't think they're going to sit at home and 16, 17-year-olds and the traffic the way it is out here and people back and forth and everything? Look, all I can do is ask. I put it before you, and that's where I'm at.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Wilson?
I just want to make one thing clear. The sheriff spoke about Rocky Mount has unlimited overtime. I do know that Rocky Mount, if they have unlimited overtime, they only pay time and a half.
To a certain point, I'm sure. And then I think that it goes more than that, but I don't know, I don't keep up with this. I got
It's
enough to
time
worry
and a
about.
half. I verified it. And as insofar as the deputies being paid $58, I need the citizens and everyone in here and who can hear me, you know, I'm not saying for 1 minute, don't drive the patrol car to a site, but when deputies work at stores or private companies, construction companies, convenience stores, if they do off-time, they're driving a county car with county gas in it. We don't ask them to put gas in the car because even when the vehicles are parked, I realize they're serving a purpose. That vehicle sitting out there shows protection and it might deter a criminal from acting.
Or getting run over.
But I just want the citizens out here to understand also, for lack of a better word, it's not perks, Nancy, don't put perks. But they're driving a car and they're off county hours if they're working somewhere and they're using, the county is funding that gas for their private, wherever they're working at privately.
When like some of this is DOT, but you know, there's something the board, y'all need to make a decision on their citizens, but if you want to put a stipend on that, that's left totally up to that board. You know, I'm just saying the deputies, you talk about the city of Rocky Mount, they're contacting me all the time wanting them to work the bills and contacted about working the event center and all that because they can't get their people over there to work. And why can't they? Because they're making more money in these other places. And that's the reason they're doing it. It's not only us, it's everywhere. And the pay is there. You know, we're at $58. You going up there to Raleigh and all that, it's 80, 85. I don't know what it is for DOT. What's DOT paying up there? $75, $80. You know, it's not only here. It's a time where, Chairman said it a while ago, it's a chaotic place out there, and people want that. They're not hiring you because they just want to see you standing around out there in a uniform. They're hiring you because there's a demonstrated need. So that's where I'm at with it. But it would help the citizens, help our response time and safety. I mean, we already see right now, and I'm not up here talking for EMS, but man, that's something we're going to have to look at with that. It's a very dangerous situation, and I'm going to tell you something. We have fined EMS people, paramedics, and things of that nature. Man, you're losing them to other places. We have places that aren't open. If you get, and I was a trooper for many years, you get a car and a pin in like my deputy was last week, you're going to wish you had it, or if you have a heart attack at home, or, you know, I'm just saying that for public safety. Public safety is a need, and that's what I'm trying to just tell you here. But it's left totally up to the board. I presented it, and that's it. You've got the full fact. I didn't hold nothing back from it.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
All right, you've heard all the comments. I would entertain a motion whether to approve this $58 rate or not to approve the $58 rate at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins.
I have to make a motion to not approve the flat rate of overtime for the concerns and reasons I stated and other commissioners.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? I would second the motion, which I am allowed to do because I represent a separate district. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
Aye.
Aye. I have a 5-2 vote, so the motion fails. Excuse me, the motion passes not to approve the $58 rate. I would ask that we not have any clapping or shouting and so forth and so on in our meetings. So we've always conducted them that way, and it's always been appreciated by our citizens as well as our board. Sheriff, you have the next item as well, which is item number 14. If you'll come back forward. Mr. Wilkins, you asked for this particular one, and I'll give you an opportunity to read your question as you requested.
I was going to get him to read them, if that's okay, and then he can give a response, that would make it easier.
I was asked by the commissioner that she wanted to read
I
it.
just wanted to read it for clarification, but as I stated at our Board of Commissioners recess meeting on May 28th, I have concerns I wanted addressed by Sheriff Stone at this meeting, and those concerns I have were voiced to me from citizens and from also former and current employees, uniformed employees of the Sheriff's Office. And these aren't recent concerns. These are concerns that were voiced to me, I would say, even within the last year. And the concerns stem particularly from Black and brown employees of the Sheriff's Department who felt they were not being treated fairly and that the environment was less than welcoming. And I wanted those concerns addressed. But the questions I had, are any of the higher-ranked employees well, let me go back. I asked for a report from the HR department on May 24th about the Sheriff's Office, and it stated there were 6 deputies employed with 11 vacancies. It also read that there are 11 senior deputies as well as 5 master deputies, 14 investigators, 12 lieutenants, and 5 captains, as well as a few others who serve civil papers. And one question was, are any of the higher-ranked employees from lieutenant up to captain and even major being used to assist in making up the shortage of deputies you have stated is affecting our county? And if they're not being used, why? Another question was
Can we do one of them at a time and kind of go through?
That's fine.
Okay, so the first one, are we utilizing, let me see if you're right, that you're wanting to know if we're utilizing higher-ranking individuals to what they're doing. Okay, what I'm going to do is
Even the
have
senior deputies, yes.
above senior deputies, like the captain.
Senior deputies and above.
Yeah, I'm going to have my captain to come up to give you a snapshot of what he just did for the last 30 days, and then the major, so that you understand where these guys are and they're working. If you will, Captain, come on up.
I'm just going to reiterate what I said previously, that yes, everybody's on board, everybody's working, lieutenants and sergeants are working, captains are working, myself am working, just to have 5 on a shift. We're pulling every day from civil, CID, SROs, narcotics, and be it they lieutenants, sergeants, to master deputies, to deputies, everybody's participating.
So if you're pulling all of them, the report we get sometimes says 4 deputies are working the shift. I don't think I've seen more than 5. So why is the report saying only 4 deputies are working the shift?
Because that's all we can, since our manpower issues are what they are, we can't pull an unlimited number from other divisions because they have a set number that they have to operate in. And unfortunately, we can only pull maybe 1 from this division, 1 from that division, or myself as a captain is filling in when we can't pull from any other division.
So if you have 4 regular deputies working and you pull 1 from each one of those, that should be the 8, should it not?
No, you can't pull every day from each division like that, and sometimes we only have 3 deputies. Just for example, we had our sergeant out now that was involved in the shooting. We have 2 on injured, and we were operating at a 5-man shift. And when you take 2 off for injuries or the shooting or just now a vehicle accident, you're left with 3 deputies. So then you have to come in and fill, and you got to account for that. We have to fill night shift too. So you may have 2 shifts with 3 deputies assigned to that shift for day, and then you have nighttime. So then we have to try to fill both day and night.
what you're seeing is the 5 is backfill. That will be backfill people in there. Obviously, the captains and things of that nature, give them a snapshot of where you've been for just with your shifts and stuff.
So, unfortunately, generally I don't have an 8 to 5. I'm over, I think the calculations was, I had worked over my 8 hours a day for the last 30 days for about extra 60 hours, 60 to 65 hours. And that is, for me, I know for instance, 1 week out of this 30-day snapshot or a little bit before that, I've had to come in and work Monday, Tuesday, daytime. Then I had to come back and work Thursday, Friday, nighttime. So we're all getting pulled in. The 5 that you see there available is positions that we had pulled to fill in.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Major, if you would come up and give a snapshot. This is the ranking guys here in the office, and obviously you gotta remember, if I'm out there working and my guys is out there working, we're having other people to come in and work.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Captain Hardy said, I mean, every member of this agency is pulling their weight the best that we can. And just like he said, what you were asking, we're pulling from other divisions, civil, CID, but we can only pull so many because they have a job they have to do as well. So we can only pull so many at a time. We have to have so many to operate in the court system. We have to have so many, investigate cases. Our patrol deputies go out here and answer the calls, but then we have to have the detectives to follow up on these cases, just like our homicide we had the other week. So we can't pull but so many at the time from these other divisions. We've got SROs coming in on the weekends. Obviously school's getting ready to get out, but during the week they're working at the school, and then we've had them coming in on the weekends. So we're pulling from everywhere that we can. And to ask about other people, just for clarification, you asked about senior deputies and master deputies. Deputies, senior deputies, and master deputies. Master deputies and senior deputies have no supervisory rank. That is just part of the career ladder. Okay, that just means they have more experience. A senior deputy and a master deputy means they have 3 years and at least 6 years. So they're all considered deputies, even though they're considered senior or master deputies. Okay, so they don't hold any supervisory rank. But everybody else is pulling their weight. So just like Captain Hardy said, on paper my hours are 8 to 5, okay, but I don't always work that. There's several days in the last 30 days where I've been out till 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, whether we've had chases, we've had jump and runs, we've had stolen motor vehicles, and we've had all kinds of incidents. Give you, for example, the Blooming Festival. We had to supply 35 people to the town of Nashville, 35 deputies to the town of Nashville for the Blooming Festival. I worked at the Blooming Festival, Captain Hardy worked at the Blooming Festival, Captain Jenkins worked at the Blooming Festival, Captain Bryant worked at the Blooming Festival, Captain Sherrod worked at the Blooming Festival. So all of our command staff are going out here doing what they need to do to try to fill these spots. We worked at Blooming Festival from 5 to 11, and then when we left there at 11 o'clock, myself and Captain Jenkins answered calls till 1 o'clock in the morning, assistant patrol. So we're out here doing everything we can to backfill this. And I don't know who said it, but someone told the sheriff that command staff was just sitting around the office, and I can tell you that's a lie, okay? Because we're out here every day. Just like he said, we had an officer-involved shooting the other week. The same day we had a homicide. The next day we had one of our deputies injured in a wreck. Last week we had a shooting that came out. It occurred at the Cheesecake Factory. It turned out it occurred in the city of Rocky Mount. But at every one of those calls, the sheriff was there, I was there, Major Moore, the other Major Moore was there. Several of our captains were there. So for somebody to say that we're sitting around not doing things is a bold-faced lie, I can tell you that. I mean, we've got the CAD calls to prove that we're there, we're out there, and we're doing what we need to do. Because this man won't allow us to sit around and not do anything. He expects a lot of us, and we do our best to try to fill in holes what we can and to keep the patrol shifts operating. And we're operating at a minimum staff, 4 or 5 people. But like I said, that's coming from pulling all these other divisions.
Just one more thing. So I said there were 6 deputies employed and 11 senior deputies. Shouldn't that be 17 deputies employed? Why make it seem like there aren't any? To me, that's 17 deputies employed, not 6. You're saying you only have 6 on staff. That's what HR said.
6 deputies, but you have, that's what I'm saying, you have deputies, senior deputies, and master deputies. They're all basically deputies.
But you're saying those senior deputies do go out and do what the regular deputies do?
The only differentiation between, like I said, a deputy, a senior deputy, and a master deputy is their level of experience and training. So they have to have so many years to be moved up to senior deputy, and then so many other years to move up to master deputy.
What you're asking is why aren't they all on patrol? Because we have civil, we have transport, we have all these other.
I saw the
And
breakdown.
that's where they're kind of at. It's not all 17's on patrol.
I saw this breakdown of the civil. There were only two, I believe it was two civil deputies, senior civil deputies, and two, I believe, another level of civil. And that did not count the senior deputies. So what I'm saying is you have 11 senior deputies, and you're saying you have 6 deputies employed. So to me, you have 17 deputies employed. But
we're talking about on
the
a
public
shift.
is thinking only,
On a shift, we're having 6 members on that shift to go out on patrol.
Say again what you just said, I think.
the deputies, HR says there's 6 deputies with the classification of deputy, 11 with the classification of senior deputy. And so to me, that's 17 deputies, but the public is out here thinking we only have 4 or 5 deputies. And a lot of them think that's it, that's all we have that are serving our area. So what I'm saying is some clarification. If we got 11 senior deputies and 6 deputies, however many you have on patrol at any given time, it tells me there's still a total of 17 deputies.
22 deputies counting master deputies.
That's even
I
better.
mean, they're talking about
Total,
shift,
but
I
you're,
think.
but when you're saying
talking about
5
total.
deputies, I mean, that's, you're talking about 5 deputies at the time, right? Yes, that's what we're working with. I mean, but you got to realize, we've got 24/7 coverage, so you've got 4 shifts of 8 people. We're supposed to have 32.
And we have 22
22.
positions short right now with actual patrol. That's why it's so critical right now.
Okay.
Because these guys work 12-hour shifts, so you have 4 different shifts, you know.
Yeah, it's
The way
just
they
that some of the public that has come to me, they are definitely under the impression we only have 4 deputies
No, it's
patrolling
4
Nash
deputies on
County.
that shift.
Yes. 4 deputies or 5 deputies working at a time, but that includes that could include deputies, a senior deputy, master deputy, just depending on what their level of experience is.
Okay. Go on. My next question is
Can
how,
I just one, before you move on, I just for clarification, what do SROs do in the summer when the schools are down?
Yeah, they have different assignments. So once school gets out, then typically, it varies every year. Summer school goes on for a couple of weeks. They usually have summer school for a couple of different times during the summer, and that's usually a couple of weeks long, so then they have to be there for that. And then a lot of times, because they can't go to training during the school year, because, you know, they have to be at the school, then that's when we send them for a lot of their training is during the summer. And then we do use them to help out on patrol sometimes. We have in the past used them for mental transport, serving civil papers, answering calls, whatever.
So there's some availability?
Yes, sir.
the next question I had is how many from senior deputies to captains are African Americans and how many are considered other, that being non-white? I also understand that of the 14 investigators and of the supervisory command staff, and those serving in narcotics, there are no men and women of color with the exception of 1. So I want to know why there aren't.
Okay, he'll get into that. One of the things, though, and I went and approached you about it, when Major Misty Strickland, who was a minority, she retired, and I like to keep my command staff as mixed. I come to you and I said, look, I got a great candidate, and I would like to hire him, and I would like to bring him in here, but it's going to cost some money. But the going rate is Chief Henry King, so everybody knows when we put it out. I'll put that guy's credentials against any other law enforcement or supervisor or leader in North Carolina. He says, yeah, Keith, I'd come. I'd like to come back to North Carolina. I mean, to Nash County, he's at Edenton. I come to you and I ask, I said, look, we need to get the pay up to $106,000. That's just how solid it's been. But I got to say, Rocky Mountain went, and they started their 2 majors off, and I think he actually sit on the board to hire these majors over $130,000 a year. Same thing this man's doing, but probably a little bit less. He's at $94,000, they at $130-some thousand. I cannot bring diversity to this office without paying premium prices, because a minority is a very wanted person, and if they have those credentials, man, you got to pay them to bring them. So do not let anybody, and that's the reason I don't like somebody hiding around social media or doing something. Bring it on. Bring it to my face and say, no, this person said that, and here's where it is. As Chief King wanted to come, he's a black American. I wanted him in that position, but I got to pay him to get him. I can't not do it if you don't pay. And I will never, ever again put a person in a position and they're not capable of working everything in those positions, because it's not fair to the tax dollars. And as far as where we're going with this, he's going to go over the numbers. I did a promotional board, as I did with Major Strickland. She went all the way through the ranks with it. These promotional boards, I just did it. And a lot of people don't participate in the promotional things, and Kevin Bissett will go through that, detective will go through it in a minute. A lot of them are in positions where they don't want to go for anything else. I had one African-American to take the test this time. He failed the test. I can't promote somebody when they either don't study for the test or they don't put in for it. And the reason is we have a lot of specialized positions. As you ask about CID and that, I have a black female that is going to narcotics. Task force questions, one of them that you're going to get to in a minute. Every one of the members on the task force were drug officers under Jimmy Grimes. They've had 20-some years of experience in this office and working narcotics during that time, with the exception of one. He was just a patrol officer during that time. But that's the tenure. You can't put someone in those positions and just say, I'm going to make you a task force officer. It takes a lot of training and ability to put these federal cases together, because you don't want to go to federal court and make bad case law. You've got to be very professional at it. And one of the things that you're going to ask is about the $20,000 with the task force members. These task force members have to work that amount of overtime to get that, and they get it from the federal government. They just don't give it to them. They work their hours in addition to their regular hours to get that. I wanted you to understand that. As far as CID, one of the things I just did, I sent out a thing for the interdiction team. We talked about that one time. Any member interested in having a K-9, not one member, existing member, put in to have a K-9. You've got to want to get. My daddy told me a long time ago, you got to do a little bit more than the next person to be a good candidate to get something. You're not going to get anything with just being you. You got to put the work in. So with the K-9, nobody puts in for it. And then when we do stand up this unit again, when I get manpower to stand it back up, you got to have a person with a K-9 out there. But I want the detective to come up to give you the numbers of where we're at. But understand, a lot of these guys are in specialized positions and they don't want to be moved. Yeah, I could move them out of them if I wanted to, but we're going to go back to morale. If they're happy and doing a good job, man, we're going to keep them there. In that courtroom over there, I've got 2 minorities over there, or sergeants over there in the courtroom. If I moved those guys out, it would be chaos, not only with those 2 guys, the district attorney, the Superior Court judge, the district court judge, and everybody else would be upset about it.
But I would never want you to move someone just for the sake of having a certain person in a position. But what are you also, you're saying basically none of them wanted it or were qualified, but are you mentoring, is your department mentoring blacks and black and brown people that come into your office? Is there a performance plan or a rating? Are they put on a plan? Say, if they say, hey, I'd like to be in investigations one day, I'd like to be in narcotics one day, what are you doing to advance that, particularly for those that are feeling marginalized?
Brandy Burton's a black female, African-American female. She was on our traffic team, and I come to her, I said, what else you want to do? She says, I want to go into detectives, or I want to go into narcotics. Okay, that girl has proven herself. She's professional. She writes a phenomenal report. So she is slotted to go over there, I think in August, to the narcotics office.
I was going to say, but you're just moving her over there now.
She's already been
Is that
notified
right?
of it for several months. That she knows.
She's been where?
She's been notified for several months that she's going over there. She knows that. I know that. She's already been told that, yes, she's going over there. The big thing is not African Americans right now, but man, we have a large influx of Hispanics. My number one thing is trying to get more Spanish-speaking people. We're having a very tough time with that in Hispanics, finding those guys that speak Spanish and Hispanics coming in, because that's a growing number here. But I want him to come up to explain the numbers so that you kind of see them, and then I'll answer anything you got with it.
Board, I'm Kevin Bissett with the Nash County Sheriff's Office. I'm one of the detectives in the Special Victims Unit in CID. The sheriff has asked me to relay some of the figures as far as the statistical values within the sheriff's office. So Nash County Sheriff's Office's demographic breakdown consists of 119 field positions that encompasses duties of sworn and specialized personnel, specifically in the field as well as in the detention center. This is 119 of a potential 153 positions, which is the equivalent of 34 vacant positions, or 22%, which is the number that the sheriff has continued to reiterate as far as our vacancies. This number does not reflect the 3 personnel that are currently holding a position, but while also being out on worker comp, extended leave, or other medical conditions. This would decrease our total operating workforce and is a true number of 76% of our working capacity, which is 116 of 153 positions. However, to accurately calculate and capture the data points that's been requested by the Sheriff's Office, those individuals were included in these statistics. Of these 119 positions, 72% are male, with 28% being female. The ethnicity breakdown is African Americans make up 24% of the population, while whites make up 68% of the population. Hispanics makes up approximately 8% of the populations. And while this, whenever you compare this data to the Nash County demographic as a whole, based off of the statistics released by Data USA showing that there's roughly 53.3% whites in Nash County and 37.2% African American, with 7.5% being Hispanics. Additionally, the national average for federal law enforcement, according to the U.S. Department of Justice, relevates that 61% maintain a white demographic, while 10% are African American and 21% are Hispanic, and that's at a federal level. Whenever you go down into a supervisor comparison, it actually reveals that there's 41 supervisory positions within the Sheriff's Office. This excludes the CID or narcotics, which are specifically specialized positions. Those supervisors, which are going to be your lieutenant and captain, they are captured in that supervisory position. So out of that, there's 76% of males fall into the supervisory category, while 24% of females fall into the supervisor category. A further breakdown of the ethnicity within the supervisory statistics show that African Americans are equivalent to 20%, while whites account for 73%, and Hispanics account for 7%. While these numbers represent the current demographics, a special note should be placed on promotions or growth within the organization, specifically within each demographic group. So this includes the number of supervisors or specialty positions applied to individuals within that specific ethnicity group. So that would be Hispanics compared to other Hispanics within the organization. African Americans, 28% hold a supervisory position within their own demographics, and 41% achieve a supervisory or specialty position. A more detailed breakdown actually is dividing the Sheriff's Office into the detention center and the sworn or gun-toting portion. On the sworn side, we have 8 out of 10 African Americans in a supervisory or specialized position. This equates to 80%. This is somewhat skewed because 1 out of those 10 is actually currently employed as a BLAT student. So he's not able to be promoted or hold a specialty position at this time. On the detention side, however, we've maintained that there's 21%, which is 4 out of 19 employees, maintain a supervisory position. Now, this is a little skewed just because the detention center, there's little opportunity for specialized positions in those in that section. Whites, whenever you do an internal breakdown, 37% show a supervisory rate within their specific demographic, and 73% moved to a supervisor or specialty position within their own demographic as a whole. Subsequently, whenever you do a breakdown and isolate the actual detention center and the sworn side shows 81% earn a specialized position or supervisory position when compared to their own race. While on the detention side, you have a 36% supervisory rate within their demographics. And again, that's because the detention center, there's little utilization of specialty positions in that field. Hispanics, they actually show a 33% supervisory rate within their own demographics, and also a 44% specialized or supervisory position within that demographics. Whenever you actually break down the patrol side or the sworn side and the detention center side, there's other rooms for growth within the Hispanic community. Let's see, it's 60% actually achieve the supervisory status, with that number increasing to 100% of Hispanics being a supervisor or specialized position on patrol. In detention, that number does decrease as there is 4 Hispanics that are currently in a detention center without a supervisory position, but please take into consideration that only 1 out of these 4 positions have been employed more than 14 months.
Sheriff, could we be provided all those numbers at a later date, possibly?
Absolutely.
Thank
We put it together.
A lot of information there, somebody spent a lot of time on it. and
Absolutely.
It
Hey,
won't sink
what we
in.
give you, you can critique it, look at it. I'm proud of those numbers. I'm extra proud of the number of them that are where they want to be at. That boosts morale. That means a lot.
It does, and I'm feeling encouraged by the numbers, but I would like to see a more concerted effort, even if you have to have job fairs at the high schools, to enlist more people of color to be employed at the sheriff's office.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say it one more time. Pay me what Rocky Mountain people's paying over there, and I'll bring you some great diversity. When Henry King wanted to come over here, man, we should have paid that. Do you know the professionalism that guy would have brought? Do you know how much board that we're losing with Misty Strickland leaving here? The amount of her knowledge and her abilities to serve, community action and things, and Henry King could have picked up and went the same way. We have got to understand here in Nash County, we're the bedroom to Wake County. We're going to have to pay, or we're going to be left behind.
Well, that's why I want to see a plan, what is the sheriff's office doing to promote from within? And that leads into that next question, because you answered the one about the $20,000 a year, and for the federal task force for members who serve on that, and I really brought that up so that the public would know there are there's other income that deputies get, but there may be only 4, but $20,000 a year.
That's working overtime, and that's only 4 positions. And look, them guys has been there 20, 25 years.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it takes time to get there. We just don't go give it out.
But the public needs to know that, and that's why I asked that question. And as you answered, I mean, we do need to promote through the ranks. I've had so many complaints about highway patrolmen. I love highway patrol, but them being brought in and promoted or given a position over someone who's already there, whether they're black or white.
All right, let me explain that. I looked at that, and Kevin Bissett, thank you for what you just said. He's a highway patrolman. Do you see the expertise this guy brought here? He came from an expertise job with the highway patrol, benefits, statistics, and things. I don't have too many people that's in those other ranks that want to come up here and do what he just did, or the capability. I just went back and I looked at the hours. When I bring some of these highway patrolmen in, they've got 3,000 and 4,000 hours of training, leadership training, and all these extremities. Thank goodness that they're wanting to come here. Most of them's retiring and coming here. But no, there's not many of them that can compete with a guy that walks up with 3,000 hours of training. I do have a promotional process, and I'm thinking about taking it back so that now when Gwen says, man, I sure want somebody promoted over here, and I'll say, okay, does he meet the qualifications to do this here? I don't have to come back and say, well, I've got a promotional process that I go through. I did that to take the politics side of it. And today I'm standing up here getting beat up over it. Well, you're not promoting enough minorities. Okay, I put a test out, had out-of-county assessors to come in to do this thing, totally took myself out of it, and then my one black guy, he fails to test. Okay, I can't go back and promote him for that. What he can do is study and then the next year come along. If there's a specialized job, and I think he did want a specialized one. I think he's going to some special SRO. I think that's where he wanted to go to. He's going there. I try to do those things for people, to anything I can do to help. Like I said, I want to do what's right, but I have an existing policy right now that you've got to take a written test, you've got to go through this, and if you don't make the cut, but I'm going to do like the old-time sheriffs do, just promote, hey, here's what it is, but I don't want to do that.
And I'm not asking you to
not.
do that. I want you to follow procedure. I want you to go through a promotional process, but prepare young recruits that are coming in from day one to move up the ladder. And what I heard from previous deputies that were there, they just did not feel that their opinion mattered, that they were going to move up, and it was an environment that was not friendly, they said.
Okay, well, evidently, I never heard of that, but, because I can tell you, I want you to go back and say, okay, let's go look at the training requests that you put in. And whoever this naysayers are, I don't know who they are, let's look at their training requests. Well, if all of us know that if you want to be promoted, you got to go get an education, you got to go get training, and you got to study for a test, and you got to pass that test. Okay, I want to go back and look and see how much training they asked for and got denied, because I promise you, I allow my deputies to go through any training that there is at any time. I send them all over America to be the most well-trained people. I don't look there and say, well, this is African-American, he's not going there, this one's female, or this is Hispanic. I encourage them to do that, and I wish me and you could just go ahead and call them out, tell me who they are, and then I get their file and go back and say, no, they denied this, this, and this, because the way you get promoted in law enforcement is performance, training, obviously them's the two main ones, and education. But there's nobody being held back. Now, they might be negative in their own mind with some things. I have no idea. I didn't know what was going on, but training is open up to every one of them. They've got to ask for it, and I can guarantee you nobody in my office has held them back from doing any of that. And if whoever told you about going to narcotics, they're not knocking down the door to go over there. That's a lot of hours and a whole lot. Major Curtis Moore, who's an African-American, he's a major here. He's recruiting too, but these guys don't want to go put in them extra hours doing that. They like these jobs where it's 8 to 5, Saturday, Sunday off, and things of that nature where they've got it. And then they go make that part-time money of $60 an hour.
One last question I had. Many have seen deputies, and you kind of alluded to that earlier, on sometimes 4 at a time, on I-95, assisting, it appears, the Highway Patrol with arrests. And I'm sure at some point you all have to go there. But has the interdiction team, in regard to your office, been disbanded? I was told that it had when I first, I believe, maybe last year, but yet people are saying they're constantly seeing 3 and 4 deputies on I-95 just standing around, and Highway Patrol is there as well. I just want a yes or no. Has the interdiction team been disbanded?
That. Yes, the interdiction team was, and regretfully, and I am going to stand it back up. But here's the problem. The first thing, whoever told you that, tell them they've seen more highway patrolmen than I've seen. I ain't seen the highway patrolman out there working interdiction. We don't even have one. So they're wrong. Go back and tell them they're totally wrong. And last month we were out there and we didn't have enough people. Myself, captains and everybody else, and the governor's highway safety team, obviously, they're all over everywhere and they're working interstate. So you might see them, but that's funded by the government. It's all about speed enforcement. We did an Operation Slowdown last week. Myself and a few more of them did that. We had partnerships from Wake County. I think they've sent 4 to 6 out here. Hope Mill sent some. Robinson County sent some. So they're seeing those patrol cars and that big thing that we did last week, which ended up being very fruitful. There is programs that we do from time to time, but as far as a interdiction force, we do not have one, but I am definitely fixing to stand one up as soon as we get some manpower and get the right people for those positions.
And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman, other than to say, just understand, these were questions that came to me, concerns that came to me, and that I had, because my phone was constantly ringing. I was getting text messages, I was getting emails, but I've also, on the opposite side of that, have heard praise and appreciation for our men and women employed at the sheriff's office over the years, and what I have to say and had to say in the questions I asked in this email in no way diminishes their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Any other commissioners have any question for the sheriff while he's with us this morning,
This evening.
this afternoon? You do, sir. Sheriff, the only thing I'd like to say while you're in front of us, or you and I can have a conversation one-on-one, I would appreciate you trying your best to be a team player with everyone else that works for Nash County. We never get everything we want, but we still have to be a team player. And with that said, I'd be tickled to have a long conversation with you about that comment.
And let me add another thing.
Please,
I
please.
am a team player. There is not one of you that can pick up the phone and call me at any time of the day, night, and anything else, and come to me and sit down and say that. But we have to have good communications, and when I send something, I don't need mess, I need validity. And that's what I ask, and I'll be more than happy to talk to you at any time, and I think that we've got a good county, but, well, obviously, as I'll say before, EMS, law enforcement, man, we've got to do something on that front. We're at a critical time with this, and I know the focus, a lot of it's on economic development. I heard you last week when you talked about $2.5 million there. Unless we got a good, strong school system and public safety, economic development, that don't work. It's just in time. But thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for taking the time out of the day, and I appreciate you all.
I got one more request. I would appreciate it if you would, in the future, remove yourself from the election of county commissioners and not get involved in that. And with that said, you and I can discuss that later, too. Commissioner Wilkes, you have another comment?
I was just going to say, with everything I said, the questions I asked, please know that I'm at the point, and I have already gone back to those people and said, if you are not willing to come forward, if you are not willing to present some evidence, I'm going to do what I have to do. I ask the questions and whatnot, but from here forward, if they are not willing to come forward, if they are not willing to show proof, I will not be calling you back in front of here.
They call me anytime, but as my friend Clee Atkinson says in Edgecombe County, some people just need to go sit down. And that's what they need to do when they're too big of a coward to come up here and stand up here and talk about it. Thank you for doing it. I appreciate each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. God bless you.
We're now on item 25. If the board doesn't object to it, I'm going, everything else that's involved is county employees. If I read the agenda right, I'd like to call a recess to have lunch at this time, and then we will reconvene in regular session, finish up these items, and then we would go into closed session for those items that are called for under closed session. Any objection to that? Seeing none, we stand recess for about 20, 25, 30 minutes at this time. Thank you. I think we are starting back at item number 25 in the regular agenda. It is for board appointments, and I call on Tia Fuller at this time to make these requests.
Good afternoon,
ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I have 4 boards to discuss with you this afternoon. So the first board is the ABC Board. Please consider the reappointment of Jacqueline Lewis and W.M. Bill Jones to the ABC Board. Their terms both expire on June 30th, 2024. Both Ms. Lewis and Mr. Jones are willing, eligible, and recommended for reappointment. Their new terms will extend through June 30, 2027, if approved.
Any questions on either of these two?
Make a motion, we approve to reappoint.
Have a motion to approve both of them. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ayrton, Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Okay, stand approved, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Turning Point Workforce Development Board. Please consider the reappointment of Beth Ann Rose to the Turning Point Workforce Development Board. Ms. Rose is willing, eligible, and recommended for reappointment. Her term expires on June 30th, 2024, and if reappointed, her term will be valid through June 30th, 2026.
Questions on this one? Motion for approval?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Continue on, ma'am.
Thank you. Next, we have the Nash County Planning Board. The terms of 3 current members of the Planning Board will expire on June 30th, 2024. The following 3 members are eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment: Chris Sandifer, Ethan Vester, and Steve Williams. If reappointed, their new terms will be active through June 30th, 2027. June 30th, it's a time for reappointment, also marks the expiration of Moses Brown Jr.'s term. Moses Brown Jr. has served 3 successive terms for the Nash County Planning Board and is therefore ineligible for reappointment. Please consider the new appointment of Dr. Tevis Harris to serve on the Nash County Planning Board from Commissioner District Number 6. If appointed, Dr. Harris's term will be from June 30th, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. So in summary, the Board of Commissioners is asked to reappoint 3 eligible members and to appoint 1 new member to serve a 3-year term.
Did Moses Brown live in District 6?
Moses Brown.
He was before me. He was before me.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
Highway 97, District 5.
Okay. Do you have another member in District 6?
I never appointed someone.
Okay.
I can't.
I know Mr. Outlaw has another member in his district, so we're probably okay anyway, because you got 9 members. We should be fine. All right, entertain a motion for approval of the 3 reappointments and the new member.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well.
Thank you. And I brought this for Nash County Board of Adjustment, was brought to the commissioners last month.
Yep.
But the request continues. So the Board of Commissioners is asked to appoint 2 new members to the Nash County Board of Adjustment to serve as alternate member number 2 and alternate member number 3. Although not a requirement, the board typically seeks to appoint at least 1 member to represent each of the 7 commissioner districts. The Board of Adjustment currently holds 1 member appointed from each district, with the exception of Commissioner District Number 7, as represented by Chairman Davis. Since the Board of Adjustment includes a total of 8 members, it is recommended that the board appoint 1 new member from each commissioner, from Commissioner District 7, and a 2nd new member from any of the commissioner districts.
I think I told the board I'd have somebody at this meeting. It didn't happen, but I'll do my best to have someone at July meeting from District 7 if somebody will work on the 8th member. Anybody that wishes to. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And just a clarification, Moses Brown Jr., he was District 6. I apologize. I said District 9, he was District 6.
He was in District 6.
From the Planning Board, yes, sir.
Okay. On Highway 97.
I read the name wrong altogether.
Right.
So he is on Hawthorne Road, and
Okay.
he is District 6.
Okay.
That was my error, I apologize.
Well, we're in good shape anyway.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is item number 26, which is the election of a voting delegate for the 2024 NACO annual meeting, which is held in Florida, if I remember correctly. Maybe I don't remember correctly. No, I don't remember correctly. That was last year.
I'm sorry, 'cause I was just looking at our agenda. I was going to do you want me to do the NACO one or the NCACC?
Well, NACO is my next item.
26.
26. Of course, I got shuffled a couple of agendas, but I think that's correct.
We're good.
Okay.
So The 117th Annual Conference of the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners will be held August 8th through 10th, 2024 in Forsyth County. The board will need to elect a voting delegate to represent Nash County.
Okay, she has moved to item number 27 is what she's on.
Did I do it wrong?
Oh, that's okay, we're good, we're good. Item number 27 is for NACO, the one in Winston-Salem. We need a person that has agreed to go to pick for a voting delegate. First of all, how many of you plan to go to Winston-Salem?
There's 4.
4, okay. All right, from those 4, we need a voting delegate. I previously said I
I nominate,
couldn't go.
Sue Leggett. I don't recall, I think it would be good for Sue to be the voting delegate. It's been a while since she's had an opportunity to go, I think, so. I nominate.
Have
I
a
make
motion on the floor to nominate Sue. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries, and now we'll move back up to item number 26, or NACO.
My apologies.
No issue.
The National Association of Counties, NACO, will hold the 2024 annual business meeting on Monday, July 15th at 9:30 a.m. at the Tampa Convention Center in Tampa, Florida. The board will need to elect a voting delegate to represent Nash County.
All right, then how many of you plan to go there?
2.
2, okay.
But there's, the only thing, that meeting, that voting meeting, is that Monday morning, Janet, is that correct?
Yes, yes,
At
ma'am.
9:30, and I leave that Monday. I'm going for the other conferences and the Rural Action Caucus that I sit on, and I'll be leaving that Monday morning. So I can change my schedule if needed, if Commissioner Belfield does not want to do it. But he would be the only other one.
Okay. Mr. Belfield, is you in a position you could do it, sir?
Well, I plan to stay for the full conference, so I can be the voting delegate.
All right, entertain a motion to appoint Mr. Belfield as the voting member for NACO.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ayrton. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries, and thank both of you for agreeing to serve in that position. Next item is Commissioner comments, which is item number 28. I'll turn it over to any commissioner that has comments. Y'all all done commented enough?
Got a couple.
Please go ahead, sir.
So for mid-month in June, I know we're going to vote on the budget. Do we need to have some presentations?
I've got some lined up.
You do, great.
Would you like to know what they are?
That would be nice.
We're going to have Dr. Isley from the hospital give an update on their capital plan and operations. And I also plan to reach out to Ms. Nichelle Cole with new, I don't know if you all saw in the paper, they received a $3 million grant to help our citizens and Wilson and Edgecombe citizens. So I wanted to invite her to come and share with the board
Okay, great.
what they would be doing.
Great. Yeah, I saw that somewhere, I read it somewhere. Last thing I've got is I reached out to DOT with some questions related to the project up here around the community college, as well as one out on 97. I just want to share that with everybody. I asked her 3 questions. The first question was timing for the lighting on the roundabouts, Eastern Avenue and Old Carriage Road. She replied, Duke Energy has submitted their encroachment and plans for the first roundabout on Eastern Avenue this week, and this was May 16th when I sent her this information. I'm hoping this means the work will take place in the next 4 weeks. The others should follow soon after. So May 16th, mid-June or end of June, you should start seeing lighting at these roundabouts. The second question was the status of the estimated start completion date for the Morning Glory roundabout. If you recall, coming from Nash Community College on Old Carriage, you go through the stoplight. Morning Glory is the first turn to the left after you pass Hardee's. There's supposed to be a roundabout constructed there. because of the no left turn situation. She says the design is complete and the right-of-way is purchased to the best of her knowledge. They haven't given her a hard date yet, but it should start in the fall. So if that happens, by the end of the year, it should be completed. Third thing is out on Highway 58, where it intersects with Bend of the River. I've had numerous requests for a flashing signal at that intersection. I have passed that to the DOT, and I'm waiting for response on that. We did get markings in the parking lot at the Reservoir Store, which improved the visibility for people trying to make a left turn there. So, I get calls frequently on DOT issues that don't go to the TAC meeting, but there are things that I deal with Kim or Bobby Liberman and some of those people on. I appreciate what they do. That's it for me.
Other commissioner comments?
I've got a comment.
Commissioner Leggett.
Two comments. On our agenda today, we dealt with two different rezoning requests. They had to do with rezoning what was previously farmland. I've said this, and I'm just saying it again. Most of the time, these rezonings are occurring when farmland is sold or transferred to control of someone else. These landowners, a lot of them are absentee landowners, or the ones that are selling the land. What we're looking at doing in Nash County, hopefully, is a farmland preservation program, which will give these people selling land more options for selling and possibly keeping that land in production. So anyway, we had a speaker today that was sad about, it not continuing to be farmland and used in production, and I feel that pain. But that's why we're pursuing farmland preservation in the county. Also, I just wanted to speak briefly to the public safety pay issue, really, that has to do with our budget, the sheriff's office and the EMS. This year, we commissioned a special pay study to look at the public safety salaries. It is our goal as commissioners to be good stewards of the tax dollar and also to be competitive when it comes to pay. So this is really why we commissioned that study. We did not want to be ones just throwing darts and hoping we hit the right spot. We really set it as a goal to try to be sure that we're being competitive and land in a good spot on these salaries for sheriff and emergency services. In addition to the pay study, we really leaned hard on our paid county leadership, which includes our sheriff and our emergency services director, to provide us with good information on what they need. So I just, wanted to put that out there, that it's not the commissioners saying, hey, we're not going to do this. It is us relying on good data that's being provided to us, so that it's not just us throwing darts. It is us relying on data. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Points well made. Other commissioners with comments? I'll give a very quick housing update. Kind of reluctant to give it, but I will give it. It was another good month as it relates to houses in Nash County. We had 64 new home permits issued. There were 55 stick-built and 9 modular permits that were issued. They were issued to 25 different builders, which always pleased to see. We have a lot of different builders working in Nash County on those 64 permits. The commercial permits were down, lowest I've seen them in quite a while. They were 475 permits, $475,000 worth of value commercial permits that were issued, and there were 6 different permits, and one of them had the significant amount of that 475,000. So that's what we look like. I do like the new format in which we get those. Apparently we finished up because the last program that we had it issued an update, but it didn't have anything on it, so I'm assuming we have taken care of all those permits. But when you get the permit report now, you'll see the single families are listed in order, all of them together, very easy to review, so you see what we got there. But that's all I had, and if any other commissioner has a comment, this will be the time to make it. If not, we'll move to item number 29, which is the report from Stacy Sackler, our county manager.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we've got several board members and staff that will be attending the Small Business Celebration sponsored by the Rocky Mount Area Chamber of Commerce tomorrow evening at 5:30. We do still have room at the table if anybody would like to join us. And as you know, we're actively recruiting for our Human Resources Director, Tax Assessor, and Finance Director. I'm pleased to say that Nash County is attracting some very qualified candidates. Many of our management team members will be called upon to help us with the assessment process for these three important roles. And I appreciate everyone's participation in that, and I thank Ms. Tia Fula for heading up those processes. It's quite a bit of work, and they're very important, as we know, and I appreciate her help with that.
Extremely important.
Pardon me?
Extremely important.
Extremely important, yes.
They really are.
Yes, very much. So the second meeting, we just talked about that in June 17th at 1:30. We will hopefully have the adoption of our budget at that meeting, as well as a presentation from Dr. Isley on operations and capital improvements at the hospital. And again, hopefully Ms. Cole will be able to join us as well to update on the new grant that NEW has received to serve our community. Please make sure you have the GXP ribbon cutting on your calendars for Monday, June the 24th at 11 a.m. At their location at Middlesex Corporate Park. Our second opioid community conversation will be held at the Drake Community Center on Thursday, June the 27th at 6 p.m. I was able to attend the first one, and Tia did a fantastic job with the folks that showed up that evening for the conversation. So, and then also, what is it, Tia, the Voice of Nashville? She was able to present to that group as well and had another good conversation with a good group of folks. So I know she's collecting some good data to help Nash County create that action plan moving forward. A reminder about our July meeting. This year, we're actually going to be able to have our meeting the first Monday in July, July 1st. We generally push that past the July 4th week holiday, but just make sure you know we were going to have that meeting on Monday, July the 1st. And then just one note about some movement of some funds. Just like last month, I'm required to report to the board when we transfer funds from departments or contingency to cover expenses. In May, we transferred $5,000 from the sheriff's budget and $4,300 from the jail budget to the highway safety grant budget to cover costs of salaries and benefits above what the original budget was set for through June 2024. So that transfer was made this last month.
Anything else, ma'am?
No,
Questions of the manager? Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Item left is closed session, and during the closed session, we will be discussing economic development, of course, attorney-client privilege, and a personnel matter as well. After the closed session, we will have an action item that will be concerning the new lease for the hospital that we will take a vote on. I don't know of anything else we'd be taking a vote on, but it may something arrive out of the closed session. But we will reconvene in here and have at least one public vote that we will be doing. No other questions at this time. I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session for the item stated.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Cone, second by Commissioner Wilkins. Leggett. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries, and I do not expect it to be a long closed session. I'll call the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting for June the 3rd back to order at this time. And as we stated during closed session, we had a update on economic development, nothing to report there. We had a personnel item that we discussed, nothing to report there. And we had one discussion on a lease with Nash General Hospital. And I'd like to turn it over to our attorney, Mike Gaynor, at this time to give an explanation of that lease. And then we would be taking a vote on the lease.
Okay, thank you. So the hospital and the county negotiated a new operating agreement, which will be in place for the next 40 years, which will allow the hospital to provide healthcare services to the citizens of Nash County for a long period of time. The terms are a $2 million per year payment. That payment will increase after 5 years in each 5-year period at a floor of 3.5% and a ceiling of 5.5%, and that'll be based on the CPI. Additionally, the bylaws of the hospital will be changed to allow the county commissioners to have 2 members on the hospital board. In addition to that, the annual payment is somewhat related to the HAS payments, which is partially funding the hospital now, and that was a concern of the hospital in an effort for the county to ensure that they were to be able to continue to provide services. There was an agreement that if the HAS payments went down by 25%, the lease payment would go down by 25%, and that could happen twice. If the house payments went down another 25%, the lease payments would go down another 25%. And there is a floor for the lease payments of $1,350,000, and that is based on the $2 million base annual payment amount to be adjusted.
Okay. Any questions on that from commissioners? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the new lease for Nash General Hospital with an effective date of July the 1st of 2024.
Mr. Chairman.
Move approval.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms.
I'll move
Leggett.
for approval.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second, Commissioner Belfield?
Second.
Okay, have a second. Any questions on this? This is a big item for Nash County. We have been negotiating on this for probably about 3 years now, and this board is very pleased to bring it to a fruition, as well as the board for the hospital as well. I think it's a good day for the citizens of Nash County in that we have a new, very long-term lease that is structured such that we should have a great hospital for many years in the future. But with that said, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Any other items to be brought before the board at this time? If not, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
Move adjourn.
That didn't take long, Mr. Belfield. Have a motion to adjourn by Mr. Belfield. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. We stand adjourned at 4:35.